Okay, now, okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to 11th edition of Vilnius Security Forum, an annual event. And this time we are organizing a forum, which is not coincidentally, but it is on the anniversary of full-scale invasion to Ukraine, so almost the same dates. And we will be discussing a lot about the threats, of course. Before I begin the forum, I just would like to thank you for the supporters and partners without whom this forum wouldn't happen. And also I would like to express support for the Foundation Šiaurės Korėją. They are organizing support for Ukraine, and they are delivering goods for Ukraine. There are a lot of big, huge foundations which are organizing, but this one is small, but I think each effort is worth of support. So our forum is supporting Šiaurės Korėją Foundation, and you will see their information about them during the breaks. So now I would like to invite the main moderator of the forum, Emilia Baladytė, and she will be leading this forum till the end. So Emilia, please, floor is yours.
Good morning, distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here today in our heart of democracy, Lithuanian Parliament. So thank you very much for joining this event. And I believe it will be a timely, strategic, and forward-looking discussion on the evolving security landscape in Europe and beyond. And before we begin our opening addresses, just a brief technical note. As the event is being interpreted into Lithuanian, please select your preferred channel on your headset. So channel 1 is Lithuanian, and channel 2 is English, original language. And we would like also to know that we had a slight change in agenda. The time was a bit adjusted, so take that note, and the newest version was sent in your email. So thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Arvydas Pocius in stage, someone who in many ways had a partial hosting rights today. As this forum is organized here at the Seimas and in cooperation with the National Security and Defense Committee, we are especially pleased to welcome Arvydas Pocius, member of the Committee on National Security and Defense. Mr. Pocius has served Lithuania in multiple capacities as a commander of Lithuanian armed forces, later as ambassador, and today as a parliamentarian shaping national security policy. Dear Arvydas, the floor is yours.
Good morning, General Vaikšnoras, Chief of Defense of Lithuania, dear officers, ambassadors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, dear friends. As Emilia said, on behalf of the National Security and Defense Committee of the Parliament of Lithuania, it's an honor to address you today. Having served as a Chief of Defense of Lithuania, later as ambassador, and now as a member of Parliament working on national security and defense, I have witnessed how the security environment and Europe has fundamentally changed, not gradually but dramatically. We are living in a time when the illusion of permanent peace in Europe has been shattered. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine was not the beginning of this shift. It was the culmination of years of strategic denial. Today, the war continues not only on Ukrainian soil, but across multiple domains. cyberspace, information space, economic leverage, and increasingly through the weaponization of emerging technologies. For Lithuania, these threats are not theoretical. We share a border with Belarus, a regime fully aligned with Moscow. We are located on NATO's eastern flank. We face daily hybrid pressure, disinformation campaigns, cyber probing, attempts to manipulate migration flows, GPS interference, and efforts to undermine public trust in democratic institutions. But Lithuania is not a victim. Lithuania is a frontline state that acts. Lithuania is not only a user of our security. We are participants. We are contributors. Allow me to outline 3 key areas where Europe and Lithuania is particular must focus. First, credible deterrence and forward defense. Deterrence only works when it is visible, ready, and unquestionable. Lithuania has significantly increased defense spending. And this year, so we will achieve 5% of our GDP for national security and defense. We are strengthening our national capabilities, investing in air defense, long-range fires, mobility, and infrastructure. We are preparing to host and integrate allied forces on a permanent basis. NATO's forward presence in our region is no longer symbolic, it is operational. However, Europe as a whole must move faster. We must increase defense production capacity. Ammunition shortages must become a lesson learned, not a recurring weakness. Defense industry must be treated as a strategic sector, not a peacetime business. Second, adaptation to the new character of warfare. Modern conflict is not only about tanks and artillery. It is about drones, what we have learned from Ukrainians. It's a tremendous changes in the warfare. Artificial intelligence, satellite data, electronic warfare, and information dominance. Everything is almost new and what we have learned during the war in Ukraine. Ukraine has demonstrated how innovation and the battlefield can change operational realities within months. Europe must institutionalize this lesson. We must integrate artificial intelligence into command structures' responsibility. We must protect critical infrastructure from hybrid sabotage. We must build cyber resilience not only in our militaries, but in our societies. And we must accept that future conflicts will not have clear front lines. Civilian infrastructure, energy systems, digital network, all are potential targets. Third, societal resilience and political clarity. As a former commander of Lithuanian armed forces, I can say clearly, no armed forces can defend a country alone. Only together with the nation and with the will of our nation to defend our countries. Resilience is national will. Lithuania has invested in total defense concepts, reserve forces, civil preparedness, and cooperation between military and civilian institutions. We understand that defense begins long before the first shot is fired. But resilience also requires political honesty. European societies must understand that defense investment is not a burden. It is the price of sovereignty. Strategic autonomy does not mean distancing ourselves from the United States. On the contrary, transatlantic unity remains the cornerstone of European security. At the same time, Europe must take greater responsibility for its own defense capabilities, not because America is absent, but because partnership works best between strong actors. Ladies and gentlemen, the threats we face are interconnected. Russia's aggression, authoritarian technological cooperation, instability in neighboring regions, and the growing use of artificial intelligence-driven hybrid tools. But so are our strengths. We have alliances. We are a member of NATO, thanks God. We have industrial capacity. We have democratic legitimacy. And we have the experience of Ukraine showing us both the cost of preparedness and the power of resistance. The task before us is clear: strengthen deterrence, accelerate defense innovation, build resilient societies, and preserve transatlantic unity. Europe must not simply react to crisis, we must shape the strategic environment. For Lithuania, this is not abstract geopolitics. It is about survival, responsibility, and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your attendance at this conference. Thank you for sharing your experience. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your recommendations. I wish you fruitful discussions, fruitful conference, and good luck. Enjoy your stay in Vilnius. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to invite Commander of Lithuanian Armed Forces and patron of this year's forum, General Raimundas Vaikščius. General, we are honored by your presence. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. General, Member of Parliament, Arvydas, Vaidotas, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, journals, all who are participating today in this Vilnius Security Forum. Actually, it's the second time when I'm here, staying in front of the audience as a patron, opening this forum. And it's very important that you are already here. And as just Arvydas mentioned, your presence already shows that it will be successful forum. Russia war against Ukraine continues, but it's not longer only a regional war. It is a part of broader strategic alignment among authoritarian states, as we call axis of evil. Russia, Belarus, Iran, North Korea, and increasing China are cooperating more closely, not only diplomatically, but technologically and industrially. The exchange components and adopting a lesson from battlefields is in near real time. At the same time, we see how artificial intelligence, cyber capabilities, drones, and data are being integrated into military planning and hybrid activities. Those tools are used not only against armed forces, but also against critical infrastructure, democratic institutions, and political trust. This distinction between conventional and hybrid activity is becoming less clear, and the speed of adaptation is increasing. For democracy states, this creates two challenges. First, we must maintain credible conventional deterrence. That remains fundamental in Lithuania. This means building our national division, strengthening air surveillance, air defense, investing in electromagnetic warfare and intelligence, unmanned systems, and our force structure and training. Second, we must strengthen resiliency, and it's not only in the military domain, but across society. Protection of critical infrastructure, cyber defense, cooperation with the private sector, and transparency with our citizens are all part of national security today. Our total defense concept synchronizes the Lithuanian armed forces, other power structures, such as border guards, public security service, rifleman unit, central government, municipalities, and civil society. Every level of government is integrated into defense planning. At the same time, we are enabling citizens to participate meaningfully, whether through the active reserve, the rifleman union, volunteer formations, or civil resiliency initiatives to support critical infrastructure. In this model, defense is not delegated to the military alone. It is responsible, shared by the entire nation. However, no country can address the developments alone. The coordination we observe among authoritarian states requires equally close coordination among democracies. This includes NATO, the European Union, and partnership beyond our immediate region, including with the Indo-Pacific democracies. That is precisely why forums like this matter. The lessons from Ukraine are closely adaptation speed, industrial capacity, and allied unity directly affects outcomes. We should use today's discussion not only to describe threat, but to identify particular steps to strengthen deterrence and resiliency. So I'm looking forward for your fruitful discussions, for finding recommendations, and I just wanted to thank you for once more again for coming here, and of course, hopefully we are not focusing only how to enjoy this forum, but you will enjoy the very beautiful city of Vilnius. Try to get some time to that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Our next distinguished speaker represents a country that many of us considers as a benchmark in comprehensive defense and societal resistance. Mr. Matti Sarasma serves as a permanent secretary at the Ministry of Interior of Finland. With extensive experience in security governance and crisis preparedness, he brings valuable insights from a nation whose total defense model has become increasingly relevant in Europe and for Europe. So, Mr. Sarasma, welcome to Vilnius, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for creating that kind of pressure for me. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would normally prefer making remarks without written text, but I think I need to stick to time limit which is running. Yeah, so the prepared text goes like this. Yes, it's a very great pleasure to share some viewpoints from Finland with you in this forum, actually at the moment when our operational or security environment is undergoing or long-term shift marked by greater volatility and deliberate testing of our resilience in our countries. Predictability has eroded across the Northern Europe. The Baltic Sea is more crowded, more surveilled, and more contested. Our northern eastern land border of European Union faces persistent hybrid pressure, and threats are evolving fast. Preparing only for the last crisis we have met is no longer preparedness, it's nostalgia. We must think in scenarios designed for uncertainty and actually, the most important, be ready to act. Events in global security environment have had a direct impact on the security situation of the European Union's eastern border area. Border security can no longer be considered solely as a border surveillance or immigration control, but rather as part of a broader framework that emphasizes hybrid threats. For some time now, we have had to prepare for a situation where the border and cross-border migration are used as a political tool for influence. Over the past years, we have experienced instrumentalized or weaponized migration at the eastern border of the European Union. Human migration is used as pressure, forcing difficult operational and legal choices of each country facing that phenomenon. Instrumentalized migration is only one tool among others. Threats to border and internal security are difficult to assess and require continuous preparedness, legislative readiness, and sufficient authorities, powers, and resources. For Finland, security is not a narrow task at the external borders. It's a function that includes the whole of government, supporting internal security, national defense readiness, maritime security, and protection of critical infrastructure. We have updated our security strategy for society to reflect this new era. The strategy codifies comprehensive security as a permanent operating model. Authorities, business, NGOs, and citizens safeguarding vital functions together. With an explicit shift from only preparedness to a rapid response and a stronger link to European Union and NATO resilience framework. This is preparedness by design, including new legislation, tasking, resourcing, but also exercising. There should be a readiness also at European level to consider all dangers and risks, both civilian and military crises, because modern crises are cross-border, simultaneous, and multi-regional. Resilience increases when we plan and invest together, not just react when needed together. Ladies and gentlemen, the Baltic Sea and the region in general has become a key area where grey zone tactics clash with our critical infrastructure. We have experienced a series of cable, power grid, and transport infrastructure incidents across the region. These situations have become part of everyday reality. Another risk factor is still the shadow fleet. The increased risk of collisions and pollution highlight the need for real-time situational awareness, law enforcement authorities' presence, and rapid actions like boarding capabilities. A European Union-wide common approach is necessary to mitigate the threats posed by the shadow fleet, with joint approach to the interpretation and application of the law of the seas. We need to exchange surveillance information in a secure way with Baltic Sea partners and EU agencies and NATO. This enables faster cross-border interception and greater resilience in the protection of critical infrastructure. To make it concrete, Finland has committed to lead the establishment of a cable hub, a cooperation network between relevant agencies in the Baltic Sea region. The network will be established as part of the implementation of the European Union cable communication given by the Commission in February last year. In the integrated surveillance mechanism project led by Finland, we are looking at the protection of all critical maritime infrastructures and in particular critical underwater infrastructures. The project has progressed as planned, but it requires the commitment of all of us from political level to the operational. Classified information exchange and a common situational picture between law enforcement authorities, but also NATO military actors are essential for our common goal. As a tangible example is the European Union-wide common information sharing environment, which is under development. We must cooperate between law enforcement authorities, military, public and private sector, like already mentioned. We need to align European Union and NATO protection and response mechanism. Our national authorities are the first responders in all situations. That's what we need to keep in mind. And it's likely, like with all great shown activists, to call them, that we can't ascertain if the perpetrator is a state actor or guided by one. We need to use the authority and jurisdiction of those authorities that we have at our disposal. The response should be a joint one, combining all the capabilities from law enforcement to our military. We should learn to utilize artificial intelligence in an appropriate way, for example, to detect drones or coordinate maritime situational awareness, detect anomalies and speed up decision making, while protecting our systems from scans and cyber attacks and keeping in mind the necessary human rights safeguards. What we need to do, we must prepare for the long term. The operational environment remains tense. We are building multi-annual resilience in budgets, people, investors and political attention. Dear ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, comprehensive security is a field designed for an era where hybrid and traditional threats are mixing and where the threat can be manipulated inflow of immigrants or damaged cable, drone interference or rumor on social media or something totally different. We have learned that creating countermeasures is now a collective action. Law enforcement working with the military, the public sector with the private sector. If we commit to preparedness, investment and cooperation in a sustainable way, then in the face of uncertainty and even long-lasting military pressure, we will keep our borders secure, our infrastructure resilient and our societies strong. Thank you so much and have a nice, a very good forum for all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sarasma. Now we turn to message from European level. Unfortunately, due to other official commitments, European Commissioner for Defense and Space, Mr. Andrius Kubilius, was unable to attend this event in person. However, he kindly prepared a video message for us. So please direct your attention to the screen.
We remember these days, 4 years of invasion, 4 years of brave resistance in face of increasing brutality. We salute the bravery of Ukraine's soldiers and the everyday heroism of Ukrainian people. But Ukrainians themselves say, don't just send us nice words, send us weapons, send us support. So we commemorate not only in words, but also by action, by sending a new 60 billion loan for Ukraine's defense, purchasing weapons with, in, and for Ukraine, using also our 150 billion euro safe loans. Soon, I will go on a missile tour to member states and industry to ramp up missile production for Ukraine and for Europe. Remembering is also a warning. Remember how it started 4 years ago, and ask the question: if 100,000 Russian soldiers start building up at the EU border and NATO border in 2030, when member states' intelligence services say Putin is ready and willing to test us, will we be ready and willing to deter and defend? Russia is continuing its brutal war. America is shifting to Indo-Pacific and Western Hemisphere. It's European independence time. It's European defense readiness time. Time to build a strong Europe in a strong NATO. Build our material defense readiness, the right weapons and equipment, with strategic enablers as strategic priority. Member states and industry must now ramp up production, using billions in European loans and trillions in national defense money, and work together to build defense projects of common interest, like the Eastern Flank Watch to protect the eastern border. And we must learn from Ukraine's battle-tested army. In exercises last year, 10 Ukrainian drone operators disrupted a simulated NATO offensive, showing Ukraine is master of drones, showing also we are not ready to face Russia's battle-tested drone army, not without Ukraine's help. And we must learn from Ukraine's battle-tested defense industry, transform our own defense industry, build an ecosystem connecting innovators to factories, to soldiers on the front line. And we need to get organized and united. Institutional defense readiness. Create an European Defense Union, perhaps an European Security Council, and think how to use Article 42.7 of the treaty for our common defense in case of military aggression. And we need the will to fight, political defense readiness. That means countering hybrid attempts by Putin to undermine our will, and working together to strengthen our will to fight, and fight as Europe. I am optimistic. European citizens are demanding more defense and are demanding European unity in defense. European leaders are demanding more European independence and defense readiness. The current security crisis is the worst in our lifetimes, but will also make us stronger. Finally, I return to Ukraine. Ukraine defends also us. Defending Europe starts with defending Ukraine. I have just returned from Ukraine. In Europe, we stand in awe. The courage of the Ukrainian army, the endurance of the Ukrainian people, shine a bright, shining light of inspiration. But don't let it blind us. Russia is not interested in peace. The war has no end in sight. Ukraine still very badly needs our support for their defense, their freedom, their survival as a nation. Russia cannot win this war, but only if we continue our support, scale up our support for Ukraine, for the defense of Ukraine and the defense of Europe. And if we do, I am certain we will prevail.
And now it's time to move from strategic framing to deeper discussion. We will start our first panel, and it will explore the growing coordination among Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China, particularly in technology transfer, military coordination, and emerging doctrines. To moderate this discussion, I'm delighted to welcome a long-standing friend of Vilnius Security Forum. Ms. Molly McHugh is an internationally recognized expert on information warfare, on Russia influence operations. So it's wonderful to have you back in Vilnius, Molly.
Okay, we're on a bit early. Sorry, we were a little unprepared. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us, as always, at the Vilnius Security Forum. I'm so pleased to be invited again to join you and to moderate another fantastic panel, who I will introduce in a moment. Vytautas and Emilia have given us this very heavy task of discussing what has been labeled the axis of authoritarian innovation, by which I think we all know we specifically mean how our adversaries are coordinating together to bring new tools against all of us. And I think this is a particularly important topic for us today. I think many of us have spent the week marking the transition into this 12th year of war in Ukraine, although for some it's the 5th year as they're thinking of the war in Ukraine, of the full-scale invasion. But for those of us here, we also know it's 18 years since the preparation for the war in Georgia, 19 years since Putin's now infamous speech at the Munich Security Forum that sort of became the hallmark of the new period that we're in, that was followed promptly by the cyber attacks and kinetic attacks against Estonia during the Bronze Night riots. The Baltic states have led that whole time trying to teach the rest of us the lessons that we need to learn about the adversary that we face, and the adversary that's now integrated with a more integrated axis of enemies than we've faced in some time. I think what we've seen in the reflections on the war in Ukraine at the period of this anniversary, we seem very eager to learn the technological lessons of the war, but maybe less so to understand the human ones. And I hope that we can talk about that a bit today. But the way that we, particularly we the United States, but we the West in general, have made Ukraine fight the full-scale invasion. That started with enforcing an idea of Russian sanctuary rather than embracing a theory of Ukrainian victory from the first day, has helped to fuel an adaptation cycle in Ukraine, where in addition to the battles that we see on the land and in the skies and in the seas, and now increasingly over the skies of Russia, which I'm not going to say I'm sad about, there's also been battles of learning to learn, for a lack of a better way to say that. And I think over time, that cycle has, the adaptation cycle has accelerated. And it now moves so quickly that I think it's nearly incomprehensible for many in the West. Not so much in our militaries, who are beginning to understand the importance of engaging in that cycle of adaptation and what we can learn from it. But in particular for our political classes and our governing bodies, it's very difficult to keep up with these ideas. I think the better of our military forces have started to spend a lot of time with our Ukrainian friends to understand the Ukrainian cycle of adaptation. And some of our friends who are here to speak to us later today, including Major Karas, I think you'll see the light speed at which their bodies and minds and ideas have to move to keep up with that adaptation cycle. When you engage with them for just an hour, you feel quite outpaced by the speed at which things are changing. But there's not nearly enough attention to the other side of this, which is the Russian adaptation cycle, and how the war in Ukraine has sparked what is now a global adaptation war. For 30 years, I think we've all been very comfortable making jokes about Russian military reform, which were warranted. But the way that we have made Ukraine fight the full-scale invasion has seen Russia learning to learn better than they have in those last 3 decades. And a new coordination of authoritarian powers that have formed an integrated learning and adaptation bloc that is real, that is complex, and that is conferring advantage to our adversaries that I don't think we seem very eager to identify, which is the thing that I think troubles me the most. And that block of adaptation includes a near real-time learning and knowledge marketplace amongst our adversaries that evaluates and shares not only battlefield lessons, but industrial lessons and strategic insights into things like how to apply coercion, how to use sabotage, how to use gray zone tactics, how to avoid sanctions, and how to deploy cognitive warfare against our populations more effectively. And we, whichever the we is you mean there, we NATO, we Europe, we the United States, we Vilnius, we're all behind and we have to catch up with this cycle. I think everything we see from Ukraine, well, especially if you're here in the Baltic states or in Finland or in Sweden or in Poland, everything we see and understand is Russia is thinking about the next, whatever the next is. And what we know about Putin is what he understands is none of that machinery of dehumanization that has been deployed into the war in Ukraine, that has been deployed into the occupation of Ukraine, none of those guys are ever coming back to Moscow. So there's going to be a next for where he has to send those guys. Maybe that next is here, maybe it's somewhere else, but they're thinking about what the next is. And everything they do and say shows us that this is where they're moving towards. And when they come, we're fighting a better adversary now than we would have been fighting before the full-scale invasion because of the adaptation cycle that everybody has engaged in. And now behind them is that networked, better network of enemies that are supporting each other and who believe in their own theory of victory over liberal democracies, which while we still don't even have a theory of victory for Ukraine, let alone for ourselves. So, with that, what must we see? How must we learn to fight better, integrating our own best resources, not just learning from Ukrainians or expecting them to both fight the war and teach us to fight the next war at the same time, and relying on our own industries to come up with innovative ideas to fill gaps with magic pixie dust solutions to things when we need them. But how can we engage in our own cycle of adaptation and of learning to learn better? For that, we have this fantastic panel, which I'll introduce only briefly. I think you have longer biographies in your materials, but many of these gentlemen need no more introduction from me. We have Ben Hodges, who is, of course, former commander of U.S. Army Europe. We have Patrick Heller with us, who's the head of the Center of Defense, Security and Defense Studies from Germany. We have Robert Zulda from the University of Łódź. And we have Saul Anusis, who has many titles, but today from Coast to Coast Strategies in the United States. And I think, Ben, you wanted to claim right of first refusal, so let's start with you. We're going to do some brief introductory remarks from our panelists, and then I'll ask them a few questions, and then we'll bring in questions from the audience as well, of course.
So I believe that at the end of this war, when we finally get to it, or to the other side of it, whatever that looks like, and hopefully that means there are no Russians inside Ukraine, but regardless, when we get to the other side, I think that Ukraine is going to be the innovation and technology center of Europe because of what's in Ukraine, but also what you're learning. And I think we would all be wise to stay close to Ukraine and adapt and invest there. I also think that Ukraine is going to be the Israel of Europe. Very robust defense industry, very rapid mobilization to create large force for deterrence, significantly improved air and missile defense, and a society that is part of that. And also I think the GUR is going to be like the Mossad, and that every Russian officer that had anything to do with any war crime or any attacks on civilian infrastructure for the rest of his life is going to have to be checking under his car and looking over his shoulder because the GUR is going to hunt them down. And I think this is the future because, unfortunately, my country and some other countries are still blocking Ukraine coming into NATO. So Ukraine is going to have to be self-reliant for a long time. I agree with all the speakers we heard already this morning. Excellent points. What's still missing for me is a sense of urgency, even here in Lithuania, where you share a border with Russia and Belarus, and yet there's still a lack of sense of urgency. And why do I think that? It's because I don't see exercises in Lithuania that match the rigor of what you would face in a Russian attack. In terms of civil defense, protection of infrastructure, whole of society, it's not about 5%. I mean, you can't put a sign on your border that says, hey, we're 5%, we're good. That will not stop one single BMP. So it's this sense of urgency, I think, is missing. And I don't see a proper reaction to these balloons that keep coming over from Belarus or drones that are shutting down airports. I mean, these are not teenagers. So until Lithuania, Poland, other countries inflict consequences on the Russians for these things, they're going to keep doing it. Instead, our tendency in Europe is to treat these like these are crime scenes, and you have to have perfect evidence before arresting or stopping. And I think these are indicators of a lack of urgency. And so what does that have to do with this panel? These are Russian gray zone operations. What they have learned is that as long as they stay below the threshold of an Article 5 kinetic attack, they see that we are weak or unwilling to do anything about it, or to do anything about these shadow fleet vessels which are carrying Russian oil. I mean, you don't have to be a genius to figure out these are carrying Russian oil going to China, India, Turkey, and other customers, and that's what's paying for Russia's war against Ukraine and the rest of us. So we have got to figure out how do we deal with this. In Germany last year, I live in Frankfurt, last year in Germany, more than 300 attacks on critical infrastructure. More than 300 attacks in Germany, not a frontline state, 300 attacks, railroads, power grid, sabotage of ships inside the harbor, the port of Hamburg. These are not, maybe 5 or 10 of them are teenagers. The rest are sponsored by the Russians. So we've got to figure out that, and Lithuania has an important role to play. And then the last point I'd make in these opening minutes is the use of disinformation, not only by Russia, but also by China, obviously, North Korea. Iran right now has their own issues. I don't know what Iran will look like in a week or 2 weeks from now. Hopefully much better, but nonetheless, all of them use disinformation to cause us to lose confidence in each other, to lose trust in each other. The whole purpose of these gray zone operations is to strike fear into the hearts of European countries so that they put pressure on their government to stop supporting Ukraine. This is why they're doing it. And they have found vulnerabilities. And even in the United States, never in my life did I imagine that the US government would not be a staunch advocate for Ukraine, a democracy fighting against Russia. Never in my life did I imagine that would be the case, but that's where we are, where the United States did not vote in favor of the resolution of the United Nations. How in the hell did that happen? So quickly. And of course, Russian disinformation in American politics, in American society, we know this. So even the United States, very quickly, can change its political direction exactly to the direction that the Kremlin wants. This is part of what Russia has learned to use against all of us. And until we can harden our societies against that, the way when Saul and I were young people, and in our high school, in our elementary school, we had nuclear attack drills. I mean, it was part of the preparation of society. We have to get back that to harden young people and old people against Russian disinformation.
I love that Ben just cuts himself off by hitting the button there. Yes, disinformation works, and we're all much more willing to see it work on other countries than ourselves. A love story is the story of the last 10 years. Saul, with that, why don't we go to you, and we can sort of finish the American perspectives we're offering here, and then we'll go to our European colleagues.
Well, I think, as General Hodges said, one of the things is the political will to do what it takes and to be prepared for what's happening. Hedgehog 2025 that just happened in Estonia, I think, taught us that NATO is not prepared. Obviously, the United States is not prepared. We have to learn a lot of lessons. It would be foolish of us to ignore the fact that Russia is learning as much from this war as we are, if not more, because they are actually fighting the war. The Chinese, the Koreans, Iran, they're all paying attention, they're all participating, they all have their people there. And so I think as we take a look at this, they are going to come back. I think, Molly pointed out, they're going to come back smarter, stronger, more effective next time around. And so whether it's AI or whether it's conventional weapons or anything else, I think that we have to be prepared to fight on all those different fronts. For me, you take a look at, even Mr. Kubilius mentioned the fact that, we weren't ready when it came to what the Ukrainians brought to the table here in Estonia 2 weeks ago. And if it's not a wake-up call for us to prepare, and it is, again, a political investment on our part. Each of the countries have to be ready to react. We have the gray zone, but what happens when the little green men come across the border like they have before? How are we going to do things if Estonia is challenged? If the Suwalki Gap is challenged? Are we prepared to have all the countries on the front line react? Is it a Nordic and Baltic reaction versus necessarily a NATO reaction? Or we have to be more regional and prepared for that? The Americans have made it very clear that they no longer believe they ought to be on the front line. They ought to be backing up the front line. Those are policy disputes that we'll continue to have. But I think one of the things General Hodges said that I couldn't agree with more is the fact that I'm shocked at the idea that we as the United States of America somehow held back our support of Ukraine against Russia, somebody who we have fought a Cold War against, someone who we have literally trained our entire society to realize are the bad guys in this game. I think Minister Kallas made it very interesting or very straightforward comment. The answer to this is very easy, or it's very simple. It's just not very easy. All Russia has to do is leave Ukraine, and we have peace. They signed the Budapest Agreement. The United States signed it. Russia signed it. Many other countries signed it. They are showing that we can't trust a signature. An agreement doesn't matter to Russia at all. Today, I'm a little fearful that those agreements don't have as great an effect on America as it used to have. The United States has to do some reflection with regards to where they're at. And so this is a very difficult time for us. And our opponents, our enemies, are paying attention. The Chinese are smiling and watching the frustrations that we have. The North Koreans are taking advantage of this and building up weapon systems and getting shares of technology that they would have never received from the Russians, let alone from anybody else. So they're going to be stronger, a bigger threat to us in the Pacific. Iran, we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. It may be a very different story. But what we do see is our enemies are getting better prepared, better coordinated, and ready to test us at every single level, and we are not showing the political will to react and be ready to react when we need to. So I think that is going to be the challenge. They will be stronger, they will be smarter, they will be better than we ever thought they would be. The jokes we talked about, Russia's paper tiger were true, but they aren't true today, and they're going to be better and stronger, tomorrow. So I think that's what we have to be afraid of.
Yeah, I think China loves every day when the lesson we're all taking from this is we all need to make our own deals with China. And I think some of that was seen at Munich this year in a way that was extremely disconcerting. But there was mention of Iran from our last two speakers, which is fortuitous because I think that our next speaker, Robert, will have good insights on this as that is more of his area of expertise than for the rest of us. But I think, we've in our introductory comments, we focused a lot on the war in Ukraine and how the axis of goons has coordinated with Russia to learn from the lessons in Ukraine. But that includes aggressive learning from other security challenges where they're working in the world, which has included watching what's happened in Israel and the way the Iranians have been involved in all of this and learning the lessons from that as well. So I think there's a lot to discuss in these other realms, but I turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's really an honor to be here. I'm not an expert on Ukraine. I'm not an expert on Russia. My area of expertise is Iran, so let me focus on Iran. So when it comes to Russian-Iranian cooperation, I think there are two main, well, not mistakes, but two simplifications. One is not only about drones. So drones became a symbol of Russian-Iranian cooperation, but in fact it's much deeper. Much more mature and also much more multi-dimensional. So that's the first thing. I'm going to briefly present some elements of this cooperation. And number two, 2022 was not the beginning of cooperation. So already in 1995, Russia expressed its willingness to start strategic partnership with Iran. It was not possible for many reasons. At that time, Russia wanted to have good ties with the West, but now it became possible. Of course, since 2022, cooperation between Iran and Russia has transformed from like a tactical alignment into more strategic cooperation. It's not an alliance because there are still many obstacles, there are challenges. So, for example, there's a very huge lack of trust among Iranians and Russians. They don't like each other. So they are just doomed for cooperation. And when it comes to Russia and Iran, we call this a marriage of convenience. So they cooperate without love. And in fact, they cooperate in many, many fields. So it's not only about drones, they also do cooperate in cybersecurity, AI. This is an emerging cooperation economy, which is also like a dual use, not only for economy, but also to support different operations in Europe and also beyond, Middle East, Africa as well. Of course, military cooperation as well as nuclear cooperation, which is also very important both to Russia and particularly to Iran. When it comes to military cooperation, last year was a milestone. They signed a new deal for 20 years, which involves like joint trainings, consultations, intelligence cooperation, many fields of cooperation. However, at the same time, we need to keep in mind a proper scale. So every deliveries of arms to Iran is a breaking news. When they get a jet from Russia, it's a breaking news all the time. However, Iran has received only individual aircraft or systems or defense systems. So if you compare Iran to Algeria, and Algeria is a country which does not shout death to America, they got much more Russian equipment, like the T-90 tanks, and Iran was not able to get them, more Su-35 jets, and even Su-57 jets. And if you compare trade, it's quite modest, around $5 billion between Iran and Russia. At the same time, trade between Russia and the United Arab Emirates is around $12 billion. So it's important, but it's not that large. There are many drivers behind cooperation between Russia and Iran. The same style of the government, the same ideology, anti-Western. They both want to, challenge the Western system, the post-World War II system. They also both want to avoid sanctions, which this is what they have in common. But at the same time, this makes them rivals, right? Because they compete for the same thing. They want to sell oil, and the same with in the gas industry. They also want to sell gas. So for Russia, Iran in that dimension is a very serious rival. There are also very serious limits of that cooperation. This, like I said, collaboration is challenged by different drivers like lack of trust, rivalry, gas sector. We saw that in Syria, for example, when they both were partners, but at the same time they were rivals. And even now we see that when, for example, there is a territorial dispute between Iran and the United Arab Emirates, and Russia supported United Arab Emirates, which made Iran very, very angry. Iran has some problems to get Russian equipments like the T-90 tanks. It was not possible for them to get those tanks. The S-300 system, Iran needed many years to get that from Russia. As for military cooperation, I would say it's right now based on two main pillars. Deliveries of arms is one thing. For Iran, like I said, combat and training aircraft, helicopters, very small batches of that kind of equipment. Iran was a provider of drones, two types of drones to Russia, of ballistic missiles, of artillery shells, as well as small arms munition. This is one pillar, but I would say that the much more important pillar is transfer of technology, of transfer of know-how. For example, right now, Russia doesn't have to buy drones from Iran. They can produce them in Russia. There is Iranian factory of drones in Tajikistan. There is an Iranian factory of drones in Russia, right? So this is, I would say, a very important form of cooperation. It's very difficult to detect that cooperation, transfer of knowledge, transfer of blueprints, transfer of different systems. And sometimes this also involves China. Some systems are dual-use systems, like navigation systems or batteries for drones, and they come from Russia. Or systems like NVIDIA Jetson Orin modules, which are used for image processing. They are used both in Russian and Iranian drones. So we expect that they cooperate also with China in that dimension. In return, Russia became a very important, the most important partner for Iran in its space program. So Russia is involved in, for example, in building a new Iranian space complex in a city of Chabahar. It's next to Pakistan. Many Iranian satellites were launched from Russia, or from Kazakhstan, from the Russian, by Russian systems. So this is also a very important cooperation. It's maybe not, it looks very innocent, right? It's a civilian program. At the same time, you might use these technologies to develop your long-range ballistic missiles. So this is a dual-use cooperation. And the final thing, maybe another example, which is, I would say, very important, however, is also, it might look very innocent, is a cooperation in chemicals. So there are things like ammonium perchlorate, which is used for fuel rocket, fuel, which is produced in Russia. So last year, Russia tripled production of this chemical, which goes to Iran. China is also involved. They produce a different chemical, which is then transferred to Russia, and then it's transferred to Iran. So this is also, I would say, a very important element of this cooperation. There are also other forms which I think are quite crucial, like banking system, which is also a dual use. I don't have time to present that right now. Cybersecurity, AI, again, this is also a very important form of cooperation between Iran and Russia. So in summary, 2022 was a catalyst, but it's not the beginning of cooperation. It became much more mature, and I think that they will try to develop new fields of cooperation. I would say AI is a field that they want to develop because you can, because they both have conventional weaknesses, so you can try to get more power, more tools by using AI. Of course, there's an element of uncertainty. Today, talks between the US and Iran indirectly are expected to happen in Switzerland. So maybe next week we will have a war in Iran. Nobody knows. So there is this level of uncertainty in case of Iran. So maybe I can finish here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let's not. So many things. Patrick, you get the joy of finishing us off here, and then I will pose a few questions to you gentlemen.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you for setting the scene and having me as the last speaker on this panel. 3 hard acts to follow here, but I'll try my best and maybe color in a bit of the gaps. I'll try to do that. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back here in Vilnius. The last time I was here was 3 or 4 years ago when I was still working at the German Ministry of Defense, and after that I was a while at the German Aerospace Industry Association. So now it's the first time for me here as a think tanker. With the German Council on Foreign Relations, we just relaunched last November our Center for Security and Defense, where we are primarily looking at the question of how to build a credible deterrence against Russia and do it quickly and at scale. So then the sense of urgency is very much welcome because this is what we're looking at. And this is the reason why I made it a point that my very first trip as the head of this center, the very first trip abroad was here. To Vilnius, to Lithuania. It's the first time that I can make the time to go abroad, and I'm very pleased that it is here because Germany and Lithuania, of course, have such a strong and special relationship when it comes to security and defense policy with the crown symbol being the German brigade, of course. So, but let's talk about the theme of this panel. Maybe 3 remarks on this. The first is I'm really grateful to the organizers to have put this panel, this axis of cooperation in innovation among the authoritarian powers on the program and put it there first. Because I think this is something that we talk about too little, especially in my country, in Germany. There is a major reluctance to discuss this alliance. It is often neglected or even denied that it exists. When this morning the Chief of Defense said there was this axis of evil, I was reminded of George W. Bush more than 20 years ago when he used the same term in a different context. And then, as today, in Germany, the typical reaction to that is, no, you can't say that. First of all, evil is not a term that we like to use in international affairs, but most of all, you have to look at the individual actors who have very different interests, cultures, backgrounds, geopolitical scenarios, so you cannot just lump them together because that will, muddle your analysis and will lead to bad decision-making. I disagree. I think it is very important to also keep the bigger picture in mind, although there are, of course, all these differences. And as Robert said, many of these cooperations are just, alliances of convenience rather than of great strategic unity on many issues. But I think there is an underlying unity among this alliance, and that is the authoritarianism and the opposition to our free democracy, to our liberal democracy, our way of life, and the way that we imagine international affairs to be governed, starting with human rights, the international system, and so forth. So I think it is important to keep this big picture in mind because it reminds us of the magnitude of the challenge that we face. And by being reminded of that magnitude, we understand how serious we have to be in our answer to it and in our reaction to it. It is not just a number of smaller countries, say North Korea or so, where as a European you can say maybe it is not that much of our concern, it is elsewhere. No, it is part of a larger story, it is connected, and we have to look at it as a whole. So that's my first point. I think this is important. Because these countries work together in a very practical way. It is not just political in a way that they, have a common voting behavior in the United Nations or such, but they are working together on very practical military terms. And I'm loath to go into great detail here because Robert knows much more about it and said a bit of it, but I will try to give you at least one practical example that I find very convincing because it involves many of these actors. And that's the Alabuga Special Economic Zone in Russia. It's an industrial park established in 2006 or some such in Tatarstan, so really very much in the heart of Russia. Started as an industrial park, but after the first year of the full invasion in February 2023, Iran signed a contract with Russia building drones, military drones, in this economic zone in Alabuga. There is a drone factory now to this day. The worth of it is, if you look at the contracts, it is estimated to be around $2 billion, where Iranian drones are being produced in and for Russia. The Shahed models, you know about that, becoming Garan models, just renamed, killing people in Ukraine, soldiers and civilians, basically every day. The Ukrainian intelligence service estimates that currently about 5,000 drones are built in this economic zone only, 5,000 drones a month. So you get an idea of the scale of it. In addition to this Iranian expertise in this factory, you have an estimated 10,000 North Korean workers being housed and relocated to this area, being active in the drone production in this area. And of course, you have the Chinese supplying these factories with everything that is needed to actually build it and to circumvent the sanctions that Russia faces. And of course, the Chinese are observing the war in Ukraine. They are very close to it. They're looking at what is going on there. They are learning from it, and they are adapting their own military doctrine according to it. So I think this is just a very good example where in one place you have a collusion between all of these powers in very practical terms that has an effect on the battlefield in Ukraine every day. So it is something that cannot be neglected, but that is very practical in terms. Third point, or maybe just one more thought on this. I think this kind of cooperation between these countries is something that we cannot seek to break up. I think in a way it is natural. It will happen and it will continue that these countries find ways of working together, China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, as long as they are governed the way they are. So that should not be our goal. Our goal should to be aware of it and to know how to face it and to react to it accordingly. In a way, the sanctions that the West has been establishing on virtually all of these countries is pushing them closer together too. So I think breaking up is not the way that we can look at it, but we have to understand what is going on, and maybe we can exploit some of the strategic differences and tactical outlooks between these countries. Third and final point, because I know we shouldn't speak too long in the initial remarks. Although we have some extra time now, maybe since we started so early, I don't know.
We'll
but
be okay.
just one more remark. The German Chancellor this week, for the first time, Friedrich Merz, is visiting China. And the German Chancellor is very fond of saying there are only 3 people in the world that can end the war in Ukraine today. One is Vladimir Putin, by stopping his illegal aggression. The other is Donald Trump, by finally exerting sufficient pressure on Russia. And the third is Xi Jinping. And I think this is something that we need to be, more aware of as Europeans in the way that we do policy, do business vis-à-vis China. Speaking from a German perspective, my country for years, decades, has made a grave strategic mistake in its Russia policy, in believing that we, could do business, have benefits with Russia without having to pay a price for European security in the long run. I urge everyone to not make the same mistake with China again. And I think by, looking at the current China policy, there are many ways that we should not allow the Chinese government to get away with what they are doing at the moment by washing their hands of Ukraine and saying, this is a conflict that we can do nothing about, we are not really involved in it, it is a Russian-European thing, it is, beyond our reach, which of course it isn't. Without the Chinese support, especially the economic support, buying oil and gas from Russia and so forth, supplying all the necessary means for the drone war and so forth. If China was to stop this, the war in Ukraine would end immediately, or at least very soon. And I think this is something that we need to keep in mind and that we need to call out the Chinese on, and where we need to try to find new ways in facing China and maybe exerting a bit of pressure or giving incentives for changing this kind of policy. I'll leave it at that for the initial remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for, I think, getting us started in a good place. And I think what's so interesting, I've had probably a more dispersed and less focused background than many, but there was a period in my early career where I was primarily focused on, at the time, our wars in the Middle East and in Afghanistan. But I was working with a number of tremendously talented people who were absolutely convinced that the great threat to everything was Iran. And the Iran obsessives in DC remain real, and we see them exerting a lot of influence right now in the will we or won't we in Iran discussions right now. And then there's all the people that we know, who are the ones who are most focused on Russia and who believe that Russia is the thing behind everything. And then there's all the other people who will constantly show up and say, no, China's the thing that's the real thing, and that's the thing we have to focus on. And these different groups have always been sort of in tension with each other in Washington, and will absolutely undermine each other all the time, which to me, in this very unique place of having some expertise on a lot of things, but maybe not on any specific thing, This has always been interesting because it's all one giant problem set, and trying to fractionalize it into it's this, or it's this, when it's actually the same adversary, and no, it is not that simple, and yes, they are fragmented, and yes, it is a marriage of convenience, but what we have seen in Ukraine is it is a Russian war funded by China, supplied by China, implemented with Iranian and North Korean and a whole bunch of other support in a way that is deeply disconcerting if you look at any tiny aspect of those details. Some of the very specific examples Robert provided, the very specific example Patrick provided of this one economic cooperation zone that shows such tactical and operational support for each other. It puts us in a different place to focus on where we are. So if we can't break this alliance, or whatever we want to call it, apart, the cooperation of all the dudes who want to burn down our stuff, if we can't break it apart, how do we look at the kind of cooperation we see from the adversarial alliance? Well, for those of us still willing to call them the adversaries, how do we look at that cooperation and embrace the better parts of it into how we are applying, how we are reintegrating our learning process in the alliance, or in the pieces of the alliance that still want to do that work? I think there's been a lot of references this morning to the high north sort of center of gravity in which the Baltics are now included, the UK a bit as well. So sort of UK through the Baltics and the Nordics to Ukraine being, and if Poland feels like being in there, being the new center of potential military force and innovation. But what's the best thing we can do? If you had to pick one thing on improving adaptation, improving implementation of adaptation cycle from the we can't just leave it all on Ukraine to solve our problems piece of paper, what would you suggest? And whoever wants to go first, or we can just start perhaps with Robert and move down the line. Haha, sorry.
That's a tough one. Well, it's one thing, change mentality to become, I think it was already said, around 2022 to 2023, there were many jokes about the Russians, that they are incompetent, which is true to some degree, but they have one thing, which is, I think, good, that they can make decisions. Sometimes they are wrong, but they are, very courageous in making decisions, and sometimes we lack this leadership mentality. So that's one thing, and the second thing is to have this awareness that there is a problem, because I think that there are many, maybe not experts because they know, but leaders, politicians who try to avoid problems. So they say it's not a problem, we don't have this issue. So we should, change politicians, change decision makers. I don't know how can we do that. But so yeah, improving awareness and this courage to make tough decisions sometimes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the one thing we would have to do is work on our political will to actually engage with these countries. You brought up the idea of what Germany did with regards to Russia, or even Europe in general, when you talk about energy policy and why it was important to do that. You look at China and everybody considers their trade there. Iran is a hotspot that literally funds terror around the world. Korea is a loose cannon that we don't know what to deal with. And so we oftentimes take a very cautious approach with regards to that because nobody wants to enter, into a third world war. But as President Zelensky has said, we may be there already, we just haven't realized it. So I do think that we have to have the political will to act and to react and to integrate and to understand what the Russians are trying to do, what the Iranians are trying to do, what impact that has on the Chinese. I think, I look at it as an American, there's a tremendous amount of disinformation going on in our country. There's a very covert and overt action with regards to trying to make people pitted against one another politically, making it very difficult to act. You have, just this morning I was reading Senator Shaheen started questioning the sanctions package because the White House was asking about putting in a point about the tariffs with regards to the shadow ships because of the Supreme Court ruling, and she doesn't want to give Trump a political win. And so we become politically, here's something that was a fairly united position where 85 U.S. senators, Republicans and Democrats, signed on, to basically sanction Russia, and now they're getting worried because there may be a political advantage coming into an election year for one person or the other. Europe's going to have the same thing. I mean, your center-right and far-right parties are doing extremely well in parliamentary elections across the country. That's going to have a massive shift with regards to policy again. So I think the number one thing that we have to engage in is understand that it's going to take political will, political leadership in order to address these problems, because even if we're ready to do something, are we ready to act when the time comes? And that would be my concern.
I think that if European countries could rediscover their self-confidence, we would be in a different place. I hear all the time, oh, we don't want to provoke Russia, we got to be careful, this, and there is a reluctance to use all the potential that Europe has, especially in a time where the United States, in written documents such as the National Security Strategy, says that basically Europe, you're kind of on your own. So Europeans should think about the potential that you have to defend yourself and to hold Russia accountable, to deal with China. It's easier to say this than to do this. I'm not naive. But if you think about the combined economies, populations, the technology, the wealth, the industries of all the countries of the European Union, plus UK, plus Norway, plus Ukraine, plus Turkey, plus Canada, it dwarfs Russia. It's not even close. So instead of always worrying about provoking Russia, the Russians should be terrified of provoking Europe. And so I think this kind of a self-confidence would be an important step towards helping to break up this, well, first it would be an important step towards helping Ukraine defeat Russia inside Ukraine. I think this, and this is where our leaders have to speak very clearly to our populations, speak to your population as if they are adults, and talk about what the risks are, what the costs are, and why. And my experience is that most people, when they hear and they believe what their leaders are saying, it's like, okay, I don't like it, but it makes sense. And most people at the end of the day will be practical.
I very much agree with what you just said, Ben. And just to build on it, I think the one thing that we as Europeans need to do in even more practical terms, once we've rediscovered the self-confidence, is to get real about the scale and speed of our rearmament. It is as simple as that. In my country, at least, a lot of money is there now, but still the capabilities are not coming at sufficient scale and at sufficient speed. So there are many things that we can be better about and even more proactive about. Because we as Europeans want to play on eye level, at least. We want to be part of the great power politics that are emerging now in international affairs. But this kind of sovereignty is not declared, it is manufactured. You have to build the stuff in order to be taken seriously. And I think there is a lot to be learned, as has been said here now a couple of times, for instance, from Ukraine and the experience people have there in fighting this war. If I look at the European technological edge that we have in defense industries, There are so many companies investing now in my country, for instance, Helsing, Quantum Systems, others, who are closely cooperating with the military in Ukraine, developing drones, AI-based capabilities, space-based capabilities. I think this is where we need to invest at far greater scale and with far greater risk-taking as well, because it will make us stronger and more capable in the future. And I think this is one thing that the authoritarian powers have in common. They understand power. If you are strong, they will respect that, and they will, engage with you in a different way, and they will not probe and provoke you the way they will with weak partners. And it's not just the authoritarians, by the way. I recall the Marco Rubio speech at the Munich Security Conference, where he clearly said, we Americans want to be in an alliance with you Europeans. We want to be good allies, but the US does not accept weak allies. We want strong allies. I don't agree with everything the Secretary said in this speech, but this point I can understand. Yes, of course, you want to have strong allies. So it will not help you, it will not only help us Europeans vis-à-vis the authoritarian axis, but it will also help us with our transatlantic relationship.
Yeah, I think the having political will point is the one I think we every year on this panel come back to. And I think the real embrace of the idea of Europe as the fourth power, it's always we're talking Russia, China, the US, and NATO, the US, but Europe understanding Europe as the fourth power, and looking even at itself on paper differently, where, you bring up Estonia and everybody's initial response is like, it's the smallest, but its wartime mobilization structure is bigger than the United Kingdom. So understanding the different strength that each nation brings to this picture, and what sovereignty is, and how you bring it not in a cartoon, we want sovereignty, national, or nation states revived way, but in we want sovereignty, what does great power look like in the century way is a really interesting question. I don't want to take any more time from the audience. I think there's probably questions, hopefully, questions from the audience for any member of our panel about these and related topics. So I open it up to y'all. There's microphones in your desks to ask the questions. If you have one, I see one back here. And if you would please kindly identify yourselves upon asking, and if there's a particular member of the panel you're directing your question toward, or if it's just sort of open, I would appreciate that. Please. I think they're on. I don't know how they work. Anyone? Press the button, she says.
Press the button.
There we go.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Maybe I'll just sit down. So my name is Geras Mitkus. I'm representing a NATO Diana innovation deep tech, defense tech. Right now we are participating in NATO Civics invite-only program. So the question that I had maybe for panelists and including General Ben Hodges, so it seems that what would be your assessment that in Ukraine arena we're maybe moving to a direction of a long war that is a stalemate, and how should states should prioritize maybe absolute gains there versus relative gains? And do you think that at the end of the day, Ukraine will achieve peace and security via accession to the NATO or via security via armaments?
Okay. Ben, do you want to take a stab at that to start?
Hello, Geras. I think that the current state of the war, as an outsider looking at it, these peace negotiations that are happening right now, zero. There's nothing going to come from that. The current way it's happening, because the U.S. administration is completely biased towards the Russian perspective and putting pressure on the Ukrainian side. And I don't think any Ukrainian is willing to accept kind of what the Russians are demanding. So I don't see the current state of negotiations yielding any possibility of progress. And I think Europe is going to be very reluctant to accept what the U.S. is pushing as well. So that's my context for this. So yes, the war, I think, if Vidotis brings us back again next year, the situation on the ground will probably look a lot like it does right now, unless there is some really dramatic change injected on either side or something that happens dramatically different. I think the ground situation will be the same, which means clearly Russia cannot defeat Ukraine, but Ukraine does not yet have enough capability to defeat Russia inside Ukraine. The Russians will continue to attack Ukrainian cities and infrastructure. That's going to continue until we provide and help them develop enough air and missile defense, but also the ability to destroy these famous places where drones are being assembled. The third aspect of this, and this is where I think all of us could really be helpful, would be in what I think is Ukraine's path to victory, and I do believe that, victory, is the destruction of Russia's oil and gas, their ability to export oil and gas to China, India, Turkey, and other customers. So that means long-range precision weapons that can destroy refineries, but a lot, because you have to reattack. So you need, they have capability, but not enough. So how do we increase the scale? But also to stop the shadow fleet vessels that are carrying Russian oil out through the Baltic Sea past 8 EU countries, which are also NATO countries, and through the Black Sea past 2 EU countries and 3 NATO countries, really Greece 4. So stopping that, and then having the political will to break free the Russian frozen assets, and even the loan that Commissioner Kubilius addressed in his video. That's not going to happen because of Hungary. So this is about the political will to get those things done. So that's, yes, absolutely, there's a path to victory. And I think this is where we should all be contributing finances, investment, as well as actual capabilities. Then we can talk about a peacekeeping force or security or something like that. Unfortunately, I just don't see the alliance inviting Ukraine yet. The United States government, both the Biden administration and now this administration, don't support it. And I think and besides Hungary and Slovakia, I think there are 2 or 3 other European countries that are not willing to do it. So Ukraine has to make themselves like Israel. Like I said at the beginning, rapid mobilization force, air defense, strong defense industry, and then relentless pressure inside Russia.
Maybe at a thought.
Yeah, Patrick, go ahead and then Saul.
Okay. Just to add one thought to your rather bleak scenario, though, although you are optimistic about the possibility for Ukrainian victory, to imagine us reconvening here a year from now with this outlook, I think it's terrible.
My delivery was terrible? Or?
No, that accent, right. One thing I worry about is the Trump administration and the president himself. He has continuously shown himself to be a gut instinct politician, and his gut instinct on Ukraine is that this is a nuisance to him. He doesn't think it's his war. It's a European-Russian thing that the US wants to get rid of in the view of Trump and his administration. So with the midterms approaching in the US and Trump maybe needing a quick win, he might rediscover this topic of Ukraine, and his reaction then, I fear, will be again to lean onto President Zelensky, exert more pressure on Ukraine instead of exerting pressure on Putin, because he believes that will lead to success more easily. And I think if that happens, then we are in a bind again as Europeans and as Ukrainians, as we were with a 28-point plan several months ago. And to prevent that, I think there is only one way, and Ben talked about it, and that's a firmer European reaction. More unity, more leadership on pressuring Putin. You mentioned the shadow fleet. Also in terms of delivering weapons, there is still room for more maneuver. Who knows what might happen? Also in the form of security guarantees for whatever is then left of the free Ukraine. I think European countries, including my country, should be ready to send soldiers as a visible and practical security guarantee for Ukraine, and should say so now in order to help negotiations move along. And then there are wild cards. I mean, you mentioned, and rightly so, Hungary twice about the loan. First of all, I think they are currently working on ways to bypass Hungary and make the loan possible anyhow. But also there are elections in Hungary. And if the current polls are to be believed, there might be a wild card that could change a lot of the story that we are telling ourselves, or had to be told for a number of months. You were talking about European self-confidence. What a great shift in narrative it would be if in Hungary the opposition succeeded and we would have a new Hungary within NATO and within the EU. I myself personally would welcome that very much, and I think this could be kind of an initial reaction for new creativity on many fronts in the very literal sense.
Yeah, I think the reality is there's not going to be a NATO expansion for some time to come. Whether it's the United States and other countries are going to be fearful with regards to doing that. And so I do think Ukraine's going to have to prepare to fight this fight on its own and with its European allies, or the coalition of the willing that is currently developing, whether it's the Nordics and the Baltic countries and those who are involved. I think you made a really good point about putting troops on the line. Part of the strength of what America offered was everybody believed if there were American troops stationed in Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, that there weren't going to be, the Russians wouldn't want to risk a war with the United States to attack. At the same time, I think the same thing could be true if there were troops from Europe on that line. It raises the cost from a Russian perspective, because I do think they're constantly pushing the envelope, trying to figure out what can they get away with before they get challenged and say enough is enough. So if all of a sudden, kind of the new Europe versus the old Europe, if we had more of the old Europe on the front line, whether it's, seeing Germany, France, others put their troops there, I think that could kind of take the place of where the United States has done traditionally and could also be helpful. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. For the first time in 2026, Europe, the NATO countries plus EU spending is going to come very close to matching the spending of the United States with regards to defense. That's a big change. That's a big shift. And that's without many of the countries still reaching their 5% budget numbers. The odds are in 2027, Europe, NATO, and the EU countries will actually spend more than the United States in investing here in Europe in their own security. So that is a good sign, and I think a step forward with regards to providing for security. So, kind of back to your question, I think that Ukraine is going to have to do a lot on their own, but I think there's a lot of people willing to help. I think with regards to the midterm elections, it's going to be a mixed bag. Regardless of whether you think Republicans or Democrats are going to win, it is completely going to change the dynamic. Traditionally, a president in the United States becomes a lame duck the day after they get elected on their last term. But because of Trump's unique status, particularly within the Republican Party, House and Senate Republicans need him in order to hold their majorities. And so the politics is very different at home. People aren't willing to challenge him the way they would normally challenge a sitting president. We were talking with a group, like 90 to 95% of all politicians in the United States are elected in our primary elections, our first elections. So it's the MAGA extremists on one side, on the Republican side, that dominate Republican primaries. It's the far left progressives today dominating the Democratic politics. And you've got a very unique situation where there's maybe 40 seats across the entire country that are competitive, where people are looking for a common ground. So that drives people in the corners politically of where they're at, which I think makes it challenging too. So I think the Europeans are going to have to step up. I don't think, but again, there has been a commitment. I think Secretary Rubio made it very clear in Munich that we're not leaving NATO. There's going to be tens of thousands of troops, in Europe. They just may be standing in a different position than they are today. And I think it reflects what you were saying. Instead of being the Americans being at the front lines, we're going to need some of the other Europeans to step up and be at the front lines.
Didn't we used to call that leading from behind and make fun of Democrats for it? Robert, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, why not?
It's very easy to make fun of Democrats being good Republicans.
So maybe just two things. I think the good news is that Russia is not able to win in Ukraine, but bad news is that Ukraine, on the one hand, is strong enough to resist, but it's not strong enough to win, which means a deadlock, and a deadlock means more casualties from the Ukrainian side. And also, I would say that the question is, how do we define victory in case of Ukraine? In 1945, Poland was a victor, but we lost 6 million people. Cities were destroyed. So it was a very bitter victory. And I think that for Ukraine would be the same, even if Ukraine survives. Casualties, millions of people who left Ukraine, demography, economy, huge problem. So that would be, again, a very bitter victory for Ukraine. It will survive, but in a very, very critical condition. I'm also worried that at some point Russia might try to push forward and put a pressure on a different country like Estonia or Latvia, because if they can't win in Ukraine, they might try to do something else elsewhere. That might be a mistake, but still they would try to test our solidarity. And again, we go back to this mentality issue and leadership. I'm not sure if we, as NATO, the EU, we are willing to respond to that threat.
I think we all come back to framing, mentality, leadership. Why aren't our leaders convincing us of things a lot? And the point that I would just make, even to the question that was posed to the panel, does Ukraine get security through NATO or through arms? I think the question should be flipped around a bit. Does Europe get security with Ukraine in, or by dragging the Americans back in, kicking and screaming with their fingernails, dragging across the earth? And I think the answer to that right now is quite obvious. The better thing for you is a country of 45 million people with a massive arms industry and an incredibly talented, innovative, and well-trained army, fully integrated into Europe, even how you talk about yourselves. The recorded message from Kubilius, missiles for Ukraine and missiles for Europe. That's all missiles for Europe, and how we should be framing it and how we're talking about it, in my view. And I think the way that we frame how we discuss these issues, taking the mental framing away from the Russian perspective to our own, is incredibly important. Is there a final question from the audience? I think we have time for one more if we're all quick. And we will give it to our colleague here. Please introduce yourself, though, for the audience.
Okay, Ray Wojcik with the Saratoga Foundation. My question is about China. We talked a little bit about China here, but I'm wondering with the U.S. focus on the Pacific Western Hemisphere, and even some discussion about, well, we really don't need Europe regarding China, at least in the Pacific. Are we going to get into a position as we focus on Ukraine and Russia ending the war, and then focusing military power towards the Pacific, that we forget about what China is doing in Europe, and then turn around in 10 years and see that China has infiltrated so far into the economic system, strategic investments. There is discussion at the EU about limiting the strategic investments at China, but there doesn't seem to be a coherent policy in Europe and a transatlantic alignment on what our policy should be for China. And are we going to turn around in 10 years and be dealing with a whole new level of Chinese problems in Europe and lose our ability to influence and have base access and so forth here?
I'll just point out, this morning there was the U.S. Helsinki Commission in the United States, the House-Senate Joint Committee announced they're having a hearing with regards to China and the European Union. And I know many of the ambassadors will be testifying at that hearing, talking about China's influence with regards to the EU and what's happening. I think you'll also see, in Congress, we actually created a special select committee on China. I had the ability, we had the EU ambassador with several people from the EU in and met with the chairman of the committee and had conversations. So I think from an American standpoint, there's very much an awareness and a concern with regards to China's role in Europe, what they're doing, how they're playing. We're taking a look at the properties that China and China-related companies are purchasing around military bases all across the United States. The same thing is happening here in Europe. I think we have to be aware that the Chinese are not benevolent investors. They're doing this for strategic reasons. Again, in a free society, that's pretty tough to deal with. We have to be prepared on how we address that issue. You take a look at the continued technology theft that's going on across the board by the Chinese. It's not slowing down, it's getting worse. We had some high-tech companies had meetings with regards to intellectual property being stolen, and whether it was a Microsoft or a Google or anybody else, I mean, the concern and the aggressiveness of China with regards to playing this game across the world is very significant. And then they use that for propaganda purposes, for affecting, how people are thinking. The whole battle over TikTok was the idea that they were going to have influence over so many people in the United States and help push people's mindsets in a certain way. So I think the Europeans, are addressing that. This is part of the policy discussions in the European Union about Twitter and going after, what is real news, what is propaganda, and how should it be regulated, which is a slippery slope and a dangerous situation to be in, but that's what we have to be aware of, that the Chinese are playing very hard there.
Maybe one thought in addition to that. I think Saul made excellent points. I think we're even backsliding in our China policy in Europe. At least in my country, in Germany, I observed that we had this debate, for instance, about whether Huawei was allowed to provide critical government infrastructures in the information sector in Germany. After a long debate, we made some progress and made sure that this is not happening as much. We had a similar debate about Chinese investment in the critical port of Hamburg and whether that was to be sold or not, and we found a somewhat viable solution there. But in the current situation, with the problematic relationship with the current United States administration and with the withdrawal of the Americans from many international obligations, institutions, organizations, what you have is the Chinese, very smartly as they are, repositioning themselves. And if you look again at the Munich Security Conference, after the Rubio speech, it was the Chinese representative giving a very nuanced, very different speech, basically saying we come in peace and harmony, and we are true allies, and now we can, rebuild the rules-based international order together. And if you look at for instance, the Organization of the United Nations, wherever the United States is withdrawing, China is filling the committees and the positions and reshaping that in their image. And as you said, this is not benevolent, but it's very strategic, very power-oriented. And I just worry that we fall for that in part, because in all the problems that we have now in the transatlantic relationship, also in the economic sense, speaking of the tariffs, that there is a certain inclination to say, well, maybe we need to do it with China instead. Look at the Carney speech in Davos and the Canadian decision that was made afterwards. So I think we have to look at it in this context and be even more, clear-eyed about what that would mean and be strong in withstanding that allure that China is presenting to us.
Hey, Ray, it's a good question. So what is the desired outcome? What is America's strategic end state for what we do with regards to China? What do we want it to be like? And then, of course, you could ask the same question for Europe. And the nations of Europe as well as for the EU, what do you want it to be? And of course, President Trump is going to China, I think, on the end of this month, 31 March, he has his meeting with President Xi. So maybe we'll learn more from that visit about what he thinks he can do or what he wants to achieve. But I think that if the Chinese right now are watching to see how the U.S. and how Europe, what is our political will? I think right now the Chinese are thinking the U.S. absolutely does not care about sovereignty of other nations. The fact that we're telling Ukraine, you're going to have to give up land to stop the war. If I'm in Beijing, I'm thinking, well, okay, so the United States is kind of flexible on sovereignty. That's bad luck not only for Taiwan, but it's also bad luck for the Philippines and everybody else that where China is claiming access to islands in the South China Sea. So this, if you're only transactional versus values, then things like sovereignty, I think this is a problem. I think it also, when you start thinking about the importance of allies, given the distances in the Indo-Pacific region, I mean, you don't have to be a sailor to understand it, but I mean, it takes 9 days for a U.S. Navy warship to go from Hawaii to Japan. So there is not going to be any rapid response to anything. And the Chinese can see that. So our bases in Japan and the Republic of Korea and in the Philippines obviously are extremely important for us, which means when you're kicking them in the ass all the time, I don't know that that's the most strategic way to maintain relationship and access in the Indo-Pacific. Now, what I don't know, I don't want to make the same mistake with the Chinese that I did with the Russians. With the Russians, I assumed they were going to be good because they had invested in so much technology, new stuff. And then, of course, we find out because of corruption, it was not nearly as good as advertised. So I overestimated Russia. So now as I look at the Chinese capabilities, they have a huge Navy and all these things and a lot of new airplanes, et cetera, but they have zero operational experience. President Xi just fired the last general, I think, that fought in Vietnam back in the 70s. So I don't know that they have any real operational combat experience. And having a lot of ships does not make a great Navy. You have to know how to do these things the way our great Navy does. And so I'm not sure how good their Navy is. I imagine that the commander of the Indo-Pacific Command is watching that very closely. Who knows, sacking all these generals, is that a good thing? Is that Xi getting rid of the old guys so that the new young guys can move up, that are more adaptive to new technologies? Or is he doing this for his own security? I don't know. I know a lot of people would say getting rid of generals is a good start, whatever the reason. So we'll see what impact that has. The last thing I would say, I think you said it, Patrick, I was very frustrated when I saw our government threatening our allies about Huawei. If you use Huawei, we're going to do this, this, and this. If you really do believe in free trade and you believe in capitalism, why not beat Huawei by competing? And when I think about Nokia and Ericsson plus American telecommunications companies, surely we can produce something better than what Huawei provides and even figure out how to make it more affordable without having to resort to illegal support from the government like China does.
As these will have to be our final words because we need to wrap up, do you have anything you wanted to add? Not even on this, but any other topic? No. He's done. So what I would just say to maybe conclude, I am teaching again this semester, and knowing where we were heading with what we're learning about how the Russians think, I had them read the National Security Strategy and listen to Rubio's speech in Munich. And then this week we were reading Dugin, and of course his very nice ideas that he's been reinforcing for these last 20 years about how the natural state of the world should be a division into 7 areas of civilization. And maybe they get along, maybe they cooperate, maybe they go to war, who cares? Everybody has their own thing and we'll figure it out when we get there. And hearing those same ideas echoed in the US National Security Strategy. We don't have to have adversaries, we don't have to have allies, maybe there are, maybe there aren't, maybe we get along with China, maybe we don't. The instinct that we're seeing amongst ourselves as there is uncertainty growing about where the Americans are, about where the alliance may be, to think of which adversary might be the least painful to deal with is the wrong place to start. And exactly what our panelists were just saying, find ways to pull those strengths from ourselves, to create economic incentives to cooperate amongst ourselves, to build our own systems, rather than look for the cheap Chinese alternative, is a good place to start. There's a lot more to learn on this topic. Our speakers will be around for much of the day if you would like to engage them during breaks and whatnot. I'm not sure now if we have the next panel or a break. A short break. So please caffeinate yourselves or stretch your legs, and we'll come back in 10, 15 minutes? 11:15. At 11:15 for the next panel. Thank you all very much. Thanks to our speakers.
Can you show the slides I have in the computer now?
So, welcome back. Hope other colleagues will join us soon. So, we will start our second panel, and it will focus on protecting critical infrastructure, democratic institutions, and information systems from coordinated hybrid interference. To guide this discussion, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Timo Hellenberg, who will be the moderator of this discussion. So he is the professor of University of Professional Education in Wrocław, board member of Hellenberg International. So Timo, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Emile, and thank you for the opportunity to be once again in this leading security forum of the Baltic Sea region, to take part of it in my personal capacity. I'm very grateful also to have a possibility to moderate this second panel, Hybrid Threats Free, which is focusing on infrastructure influence and insider risk. I'm especially grateful to moderate the panel of these four gentlemen, whom I know very well, each one of them, and for those of you who were not here last year, we actually had the same composition. So I'm sure we will have extremely active discussion. The theme today we have is a striking one. Across Europe, critical entities, or may I say vital functions of societies, are now under attack. Physical sabotage, symbiosis of organized crime, state-sponsored, I would say super terrorism is striking our essential functions, critical entities at a fast speed. If we look Sweden only, there are more than 3 million cases during the 4-year of time frame which are unsolved. There's one municipality where we found 6,400 strikes against the critical infrastructures, critical entities, vital functions of society. Can you believe? In Poland, there are 1,000 cyber attacks per day, more than 1,000 attacks per day. And added to that, there are physical strikes against the energy sector and railways, pipelines, and so forth. When we look other countries, Lithuania recorded more than 600 attacks in 24. Estonia reported 6,500 impactful incidents. Latvia has 40% increase, and as we heard in the opening session, like Permanent Secretary Sarasmaa pointed out, Finland has also got its share, with a sharp rise in drone incursions near nuclear power plants, ports, and energy installations. Our purpose in our session today is to provide strategic but practical insights, suggestions how our democratic states can protect these vital functions of societies. We focus on strategic but also operational tools and also financial resources, how to win, how to confront, how to strike back. And I'm very, very happy to introduce our first speaker, Michael Malm from Swedish Armed Forces. Michael Malm is a total defense strategist. He's a leading expert at the Swedish Armed Forces Defense Staff at the Directorate of Strategic Plans and Policy. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Timo. How many of you are living in a full democracy? Hands up. Okay.
Who's not? Who's not? Who's not?
Well, approximately 6% of the population globally are living in a full democracy, so you can be happy. but don't take it for granted. I will talk about democracy and democratic resilience, because that's the key issue for defending a country. I used to call it the first line of defense. And we in Sweden like to look at it as a sort of a layered defense, where you have democracy as a foundation. And then you have societal resilience with all the things that goes with that, infrastructures, way of life, resources, economy, schooling, etc., etc., etc. And on top of that, you have military and civil defense. So you have to view it as a sort of a layered resilience, a layered strategy. And of course, if you want to attack Sweden, you could, of course, attack our armed forces. But the best way of attacking Sweden would be attack our democracy. Because with that, you will also disrupt our way to make national decisions. So I think democracy is a sort of a vital function of a state, which could be seen as a sort of a vital infrastructure, especially when it comes to elections. But we need to see that as a sort of a layered way of looking at defense. And democracy is not granted, it's not given, we cannot take it for something that we have and we will always have. Sorry to say is that democracy is in recession. As I said, only 6% of the world's population is living in full democracies. And all the arrows pointing at the wrong direction. Democracies normally means that you have a pretty good life in democracies. In comparison with the alternatives. You have a better life expectancy, you have free media, you have free and independent courts, you have the freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of thought, freedom of marrying whoever you want. And that is something you can't, as I said, take for granted. You have to fight for it, you have to stand up for it. And for the total defense in Sweden, this is crucial. The total defense in Sweden was built on democracy. This slide shows a number of guys. 1901. Who was around 1901? Nobody?
Even me,
no, not even. Okay. 1901. 1901 was the year we introduced conscription. And the guys, because it was only guys at that time, said, okay, if you want me to die for my country, I also want to have the right to vote, which they didn't have before that. If you had enough money, if you have property, you had the right to vote. But on in general, speaking, everybody didn't have the right to vote. So they said, okay, if you want me to be part of this country, if you want me to risk my life, I also want to have the right to vote. So conscription was part of the democratization of Sweden, together with the labor movement, together with the temperance movement, because people in Sweden at that time was drinking heavily, and the freedom of religion. So there was a lot of social movements that was going on, creating the foundation for the total defense. And if we today want our population to take part in the total defense as we want them to do, they also have to be part of our democracy. There has to be a representation, there has to be a participation from all categories and all groups in Sweden. And we have some challenges, as you might know. During the last 30 years, we have gone from a demography where right now we have approximately 20–25% of the Swedish population who is not born in Sweden or have one or two parents not born in Sweden, which makes
this is a challenge when it comes to integration. And we need to integrate because we have to have a living democracy, because that's the foundation for the total defense. In Sweden, we have a total defense law saying that all citizens of Sweden between the age of 16 and 70 has an obligation to take part in the total defense, which means that they have to take part risking their lives for the defense of Sweden. And if we want them to do that, they have to be part of the social contract. They have to be part of our democracy. So democracy is the fundamental thing that we need to fight for, stand up for, and also use as a weapon. Democracy can be used as a weapon, and I come back to that a little bit later. I stop there.
Thank you, Michael. As comprehensive as always, and I'm sure we have plenty of questions, comments, but let's move forward and come back to you a bit later. Our next speaker, our long-time contributor, Colonel Jeffrey Jeanette, former U.S. Defense Attaché to Lithuania from the United States. He's a retired U.S. Army colonel, former Defense Attaché here in Vilnius. He has also served as a Defense Attaché to Turkmenistan, and on the Army staff, he has served as a Director Foreign Liaison in Washington. And since retiring, he has worked to prepare military officers for service in various embassies worldwide. He teaches Russian Studies program to the Department of War Analysts. And it's a really great pleasure to have you here today. Jeffrey, please.
Thank you. So, hybrid threats across Northern and Eastern Europe have evolved into a sustained, coordinated pressure campaign targeting the systems that keep our societies functioning. I want to start with something that we heard in Munich the other day from NATO Parliamentary Secretary General Berti, because it captures where we are with pretty good clarity. We may not be at war as NATO, but we're not at peace. That's exactly the operational reality of hybrid pressure today. We're living in the space between peace and conflict, a space where cyber operations, physical sabotage, organized crime, and information manipulation are not isolated incidents, but components of a single, persistent threat ecosystem. Across the region, the indicators are consistent. We've seen major cyber attacks on energy grids, logistics hubs, and government networks. We've seen drone incursions near nuclear plants, ports, and military installations, arson and sabotage linked to criminal networks with state ties. We've seen influence operations designed to shape public opinion about these incidents in particular and to erode trust and to create confusion. The Baltic-Nordic region has become the alliance's early warning system for these hybrid campaigns and is also where some of the most effective responses can emerge. So my focus today is on these operational realities that I've discussed and the structural seams that they exploit. Hybrid actors succeed not because they're omnipotent, but because they understand where our systems don't align. The seams between military and civilian authorities, between intelligence and industry, and between cyber and physical security, and between national and alliance-level responses. Closing those seams is the next phase of hybrid defense. As NATO, we have some tools already that we can use to attack these problems. The centers of excellence, the NATO centers of excellence, weren't just a good idea and a fun thing for us to do and to build over all these years. There's something that our capability that we can now use in our current situation. For example, the Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Estonia anchors NATO's cyber defense doctrine. They work with red teaming, attack tree modeling, and cross-border incident analysis. The Strategic Communication Center of Excellence leads NATO's understanding of influence operations, disinformation, and narrative manipulation. The Energy Security Center of Excellence here in Lithuania is essential as energy infrastructure becomes a primary hybrid target. The Hybrid Center of Excellence in Finland provides a doctrinal backbone for gray zone escalation and cross-domain pressure. The Counterintelligence Center of Excellence in Poland looks at insider threats, and even as far as Turkey, with the Maritime Security Center of Excellence, is increasingly critical as undersea cables and offshore infrastructure are also hybrid targets. The Stability Policing Center of Excellence in Italy, although originally designed for operations outside of NATO territory, also has essential insights that it can bring to bear on this subject. Taken together, these centers of excellence and others form a powerful but under-integrated hybrid defense ecosystem. So the next step is to integrate these and focus them on our two particular structural challenges. The first structural challenge is the civil-military law enforcement seam. Hybrid actors exploit jurisdictional gaps. Insider threat detection is culturally difficult in open societies. Strengthening insider risk programs without undermining civil liberties is one of the most difficult challenges we face. Your sort of military and government response to insider threat is to have people reporting on each other. That obviously runs counter to a lot of privacy, trust, and civil liberty issues if you're encouraging people to go call the police on each other, right? So this is where the counterintelligence, stability policing, and the Stratcom COEs bring essential perspectives. The other gap is the intelligence industry gap. Nations can share classified intelligence with each other, but not with the private operators who own most critical infrastructure. This creates a dangerous mismatch between government threat perception and civilian threat perception. The private sector lacks context, maybe trust of these intelligence organizations to just take their word for it. They need to understand that the threat is real and what it looks like in their particular lane. The Cyber Defense COE, the Stratcom COE, the Energy Security, and the Hybrid COE are uniquely positioned to help translate these classified insights into actionable guidance and to conduct exercises and help provide indicators to the nations of NATO. What works in hybrid conflict is rapid attribution. We've had a little bit of a mention of that earlier. It can't wait for a full legal forensic analysis of something that might or might not have been a GRU operation and announce it 3 months later. The Russians will have already moved on to something else. They'll have thrown out their own lies. You have to be able to attribute it rapidly. That's an intelligence function, but then you have to be able to share it. I recall back to when the poisonings in the United Kingdom, it wasn't long before there were photographs on the TV of these 2 GRU officers did this thing. That type of glaringly obvious attribution to turn the tables on Russia and not let them just get away with things or ignore it or cast their own versions of the truth out there first. Additionally, cross-border incident fusion. Moving back and forth across borders allows Russia to exploit differences in legal systems between countries. So being able to combine together and as NATO to investigate these incidents to help with this attribution. Calibrated responses to ambiguous activity, having something discussed ahead of time of how we would respond. You can't just take every incident one by one and then have a big meeting, admire the problem, and then figure out if you're going to do anything. You need to get ahead of this. And transparent communication with your populations. They have to believe in what you're doing. There will be sacrifices that they need to make, and they need to understand the threat is real, and they need to believe that the threat is real. So if we want impact rather than more emergency meetings, I have a few recommendations, and then I'll wrap up. At the operational level, Baltic Nordic hybrid fusion cells, hybrid threat fusion cells that combine looking at cyber, physical, and criminal indicators all in one place so that they can help with this attribution. Counter unmanned aerial systems around critical infrastructure to protect them from physical threats are obviously important. And joint cyber and physical incident response teams to move to sites and places to help, again, with these investigations. Policy-wise, easy to say perhaps and perhaps difficult to do, but harmonizing hybrid threat legal authorities, finding that seam between law enforcement and the military or other government forces and how they process an incident and towards what end they're processing it. Shared Nordic-Baltic attribution protocol to reduce the hesitation and fragmentation. You don't want one country saying it's the Russians and another country telling them to kind of calm down and maybe being a little bit aggressive. That doesn't send the right message. They need a unified set of standards for attribution. And to expand NATO's hybrid analysis branch. Strategically, working out some predictive attack tree models. So again, looking ahead so that you minimize surprise. Resilience exercises with private operators, getting them on board so that they can see what their actions would look like in case of hybrid attacks. And STRATCOM-driven public communication strategies are also important. So in closing, hybrid threats exploit these seams between authorities, sectors, and societies. The Baltics have shown us what resilience looks like. The next step is integration, integrating cyber, physical defense, intelligence and law enforcement, national and NATO capabilities, and integrating lessons from across the alliance.
Thank you very much, Colonel Janet, and we come back to you also about the questions and comments, extremely actual suggestions. Our next speaker, Brigadier General Ebrahim Sneh. He's a former Deputy Minister of Defense from Israel. He was here also last year. He's a veteran IDF General, former Deputy Minister, and former member of several Israeli defense cabinets, and it's a great privilege to have you here today. Please.
Thank you, Timo. Except Ukraine, Israel is the only country which 3 times confronted kinetic attack by the axis of evil. The first 2 cases, or the strikes, were attacks by missiles and drones. April 13, 24, 120 ballistic missiles were launched to Israel, 170 drones, 30 cruise missiles, almost 100% success of the interception, not a single casualties. After 6 months, in October 1st, 24, 180 ballistic missiles were launched to Israel, but only 30 hit our territory, and only 1 Israeli was killed. These were 2 missile attacks on Israel by Iran and its proxies. In 25, in June, between 12 and 24, Iran launched 533 ballistic missiles on Israel, and only 35 hit Israel. 31 Israelis were killed. We succeeded to fend off this attack, and successfully doing so, thanks to our multi-layer air defense system. It is multi-layer, Iron Dome for the short range, David Sling to the medium range, and for the long-range ballistic missiles, Arrow 2, Arrow 3. Anti-missile defense system. All of them produced, developed and produced by our defense industry. No foreign elements. It's important to remember. And another component of our air defense, not an indispensable one, but important one, was the support from neighboring countries. Not like-minded countries, but countries which are in our region that share with us the fear and the rejection of the jihadist Islamism. That's why they helped us. And few of the missiles and the drones were intercepted outside, eastbound to the boundaries of Israel. Why I emphasize it? Not because we couldn't manage without it, but these two events of fending off airstrikes were the first example when a regional defense alliance came to power. It's very important. It's more important to say it here because in your region, you have potential to create even a better regional alliance and air defense alliance. When I speak about my region, I will not say the other countries, but here I can say the three Baltics, the Scandinavians, Poland. It's 7 democracies which can stand together in a high level of cooperation. So yesterday in the scenario-based discussion, we spoke a lot about NATO, and I offer you with all humility of somebody from the Middle East, think more about BADA. What is BADA? Baltic Democracies Alliance. Or if you like, Baltic Defense Alliance. More solid and more reliable, because these are countries who are really like-minded you, all of them democracies, and they share your concern and your threat, and the threat on you. There is one more element I would like to emphasize. You notice the very low, fortunately, figures of casualties. No one was killed in the first one, only one Israeli was killed in the second one, and 31 under 35 ballistic missiles hit Israel. Part of them, I have to say, succeeded to hit important targets. The Central Hospital for South Israel, the Weizmann Institute, which is the flagship of our scientific research, but the number of casualties was low, and it's important for me to tell you why. The reason is that the civilian population in Israel, very untypically, I have to say, was disciplined and obeyed the instructions of the Homeland Command, of the Civil Defense, not organization, but military command, which is in charge of the Homeland Defense. I have to say that the direction to the civilians how to behave were very clear and very accessible in television, radio, and even a personal alarm in the smartphones of the citizens. 10, 15 minutes before attempted strike, the Israelis had a sign in their smartphone, go to a shelter. And the Israeli population was very obedient, and that's how we saved a lot of life. It's rare because, Israelis know better, but in this case, we're humbly obedient and went to the shelter at the moment that there was an alarm, and that's how we saved life. Every country should take this example. Now, few words about the defense of national critical infrastructure. The first layer is air defense, and I spoke about it. The second is the physical defense. Here there are no highly sophisticated means, but very practical advice what we are doing, and I personally did it. Train your special forces unit in raiding your own infrastructure sites. You gain twice. You train your troops in sophisticated action, but you expose the vulnerabilities of your own sites. That's the way to do it. the most serious hybrid challenge for protection of national infrastructure is the cyber. And your big neighbors like it, as you know. But, unfortunately, in all parts of Europe, the awareness to cyber protection of national infrastructure is very, very low. It's amazing to see how no serious attention is paid to this critical defense measure. In Israel, fortunately, we are more aware of it, and our industry invented some sophisticated methods to protect the infrastructure, and this is by identification of abnormal electronic signs that come from the moving part of the installation, from turbines, pumps, generators. Whenever there is a very initial defect, the system immediately identifies it, so the people in charge can turn it off and start to deal with the trouble. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. General. Thank you very much. And I'm sure we have plenty of comments, questions. And our next speaker, Ambassador Edvinas Pajarūnas. He's a representative of Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists in Brussels. And Ambassador, it's great to have you here today. You have currently, you are working in Brussels, but before that, you have been in various positions. You have been ambassador to United Kingdom, Russia, Sweden, Portugal, Oman, Uzbekistan, and also deputy ambassador to NATO, political director at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and ambassador at large for hybrid threats, which is our theme today. So each one of the speakers, I gave a few food for thought before our panel, but with Ambassador, we discussed about the resourcing, and it's great to have you here also today. Please.
Thank you very much, Timo. Thank you very much. Also, you humbly mentioned your guidance, so I think it was really good that, and now listening one by one speaker, I thought it would be a pity that all of us, three of us, would speak of the same. I think this, our Swedish colleague, my old-time friend, started from this concept of democratic resilience, which I think absolutely from where you start. Then our also colleague, whom also I have met in Vilnius, with a more classical concept on, and with the new ideas how to respond to the hybrid threat, but also using the NATO, but also regional sort of network, which is very essential and very natural. And then, of course, classical Israeli tough line on defense, protection, and protection of infrastructure. Timo advised me not to repeat, of course. I would love to speak on all the topics except Israeli dome defense, which is not of my expertise. But I thought combining my knowledge of both diplomacy, strategic thinking, hybrid, but also now current my engagement with Lithuania's industry, where from one side my job is to represent Lithuanian business in industry, especially in Brussels, but also coming back to Vilnius to bring a bit of more geopolitical, strategic thinking to our industry. So this is what I will do. So I start with in sort of several blocks. One is, of course, there is no need to repeat that we live under the constant hybrid pressure, and this has become like a war. We don't want to recognize, we don't want to name it, but this is a war. Because when you think of Russia from Russian perspective, where I've been posted to Russia a few times, 2 times, as a consul general to St. Petersburg, but also as ambassador to Russia. So from Russian perspective, there are no different path of engagement with the West and Ukraine. There is the same war against civilized world. Unfortunately, for our Ukrainian friends, this is the conventional hot war in Ukraine, but the same continuation of war is already in our countries. So that's why when I listen to some Western politicians, they say, no, this is the war, this is not war. There is a war. When the guys in Moscow construct how to hit us hard, these are the same people. So that's why we should recognize we under the hybrid pressure, and I will not name it, a daily scale cyber attacks against energy systems, physical sabotage, rivals. So I should stop. So stop naming, because we are speaking here for half day. These are not isolated incidents. This again we need to see. These are the sustained strategic campaigns against us with a view to hit not only infrastructure but also our societal trust, societal construction, democracy, to erode stability, predictability, and confidence. So this is where first we need to recognize we are in the war. This is what I continuously with all my now professional life, be it in diplomacy and now this industry, preaching this our Western friends. Second, and this is where what I sort of draw one good advice from myriads of EU documents. EU is master of producing documents, so this is you don't need to read all documents, but I pick up one which came to my mind, which was last European Commission's foresight documents. Those who don't have read it, please do this. And this is a document where first time European Commission or the analytical part of European Commission came with a sort of brilliant idea. We said we need to recognize that instability is not temporary, it's structural. Because previous European Commission, our national responses were based on, okay, COVID war, and then of course Russia's war, of course Russia's hybrid attack, that's already been nearly a decade. And our response was, this is temporary, we need to build resilience, okay, and then we respond, no. This is where I think the guy sitting to me, left Israeli, is good sort of inspiration. That this is the country where continues to live in permanent instability or permanent war. And surviving? No, not only surviving, it's flourishing democracy and inspiration for innovation and attracting even business. So when someone Lithuanians say, okay, we will now win this war against Russia, and then, no, there is no then. There will be no democracy in Russia, again, for what would remain in our life. There will be no, so this instability will be constant. So this is why the message is that we should stop thinking in terms of crisis response and start thinking in terms of permanent preparedness. So this is where response, which will be one act, comes to the more sort of preparedness. We should be ready for the remaining of our lives. And there are three pillars which European Commission analysts suggest, and I pick up them really. Anticipation first, transformation, and then of course preparation. So this is where I think this is the second my thought. First is to understand we are in the war, but second is to change perception that this is temporary. No, this is not temporary, unfortunately. Living with Russia, living with China, and living with the constant instabilities, be it climate or you name it. And this is what does it mean then for industry? I think for industry it's I think they also need to understand and come with the paradigm that industry is not simply an economic actor. It's part of a security ecosystem. And this hybrid threat 3.0 suggests as a concept of our panel blurs the line between economic competition and strategic coercion. So that's my, for industry, reaction is we should start a geopolitical risk to be integrated into the corporate governance. Supply chain mapping must extend beyond tier 1 suppliers. Dependencies on single external suppliers must be reduced. Digital systems, again, our Israeli friend was absolutely right, must be secured by design. Insiders' risk must be managed as a strategic vulnerability. So, industrial resilience is no longer is about efficiency, which usually, and the profit. This is about strategic survivability. This is where I think this is now time to come to this understanding. So the production capacity can be disrupted, delayed, infiltrated, and strategic autonomy can collapse. So economic security is therefore the national security. Where my fourth point is about EU, and this is what I will not repeat what Andrius Kubilius, our capable Lithuania's expert to Brussels as part of the European Commissioner for Defense and Cosmos mentioned. But of course, the key of Europe is now on defense is the rearmament plan of Kubilius already designed in his first days of his office. But rearmament should be understood systematically. It's not about only procurement, which again Kubilius was right to underline the need of European defense industry. But it must be, first of all, of course, expanding European defense industrial capacity, that's true, but also strengthening dual-use industrial ecosystems. I think our industry will agree. Reduce critical external dependencies, secure raw materials and critical technologies. We all now talk about the critical minerals, and even our American friends convened last week summit in Washington, where Lithuania's foreign minister, Budrys, was present on the new alliance on critical infrastructure. Very right response. So industrial policy and security policy are no longer separable. Resilience must reinforce competitiveness, not undermine it. But from other side, competitiveness should also support resilience. So this is, I see this as intertwined. And my final point is I spoke about resilience, which was absolutely right, even suggesting a new concept of preparedness. But this is what is in classical terms understood as a deterrence by denial. Rightly so. Again, Finland teaches us with a comprehensive security that you need to start from resilience, from all levels, industry, energy, society. But resilience by denial, the deterrence by denial, we are one step late with our adversary. So our adversary is continuously to see what are our forthcoming vulnerabilities and trying to hit it. So that's why what I suggest, and there is a growing understanding, and some of the panelists already mentioned, the concept of deterrence by punishment should go in parallel, which means that the hybrid interference must trigger predictable consequences, and the price for our adversaries should be very, very high in taking the actions against us. So this would require, of course, rapid attribution mechanism. You cannot do this without attribution. Pre-agreed EU sanctions in escalation ladder, and our Russian friends and other countries which dare to go along the line of the hybrid warfare should know that there will be price in sanctions, but also asset freeze, prosecution of organized crime proxies. Of course, we need to have coordinated EU-NATO signaling. And of course, we also should think about legal and financial countermeasures targeting hostile nations. So I summarize this concept, a hybrid threat-free, targeting our infrastructure, influence, trust, democracy. That's true, we recognize. But the concept which I was suggesting, resilience 2.0, this long-term and preparedness, should show that there is our response is systematical. And this is the only, I think, right direction. So, and this strategy must translate into industrial capacity, in funding alignments, public-private integration, EU-NATO coordination, and credible consequences to our adversaries for conducting hybrid aggression. So, security without competitiveness is fragile, but also competitiveness without security is naive. I think Europe should build both, and it must be ready not only to withstand pressure, but to respond decisively. So, open to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and we agreed that I give 2 minutes to each speaker to comment each other. And Michael, would you like to comment the previous presentations, please?
It seems to be a complex issue, and I think what we need to discuss more, we are always trying to understand. We are trying to understand Russia. We are trying to understand ourselves. We are trying to understand who we were, where I am, where I'm going. And in all that understanding, we are losing ourselves. I think we need to more discuss about the concept for victory. How do we win this war? Based on all the analysis that I heard here today, I guess that I don't know how victory looks like, but I'm sure I will not. My sense of victory is living in a democracy, and what do we do in order to not just make this happen in Sweden, but also in Ukraine and beyond? What does it take? I don't think we are ready to sacrifice what we have to sacrifice in order to achieve our goals. I think we are in a situation that we have a lot and we are afraid of losing that. And we are not ready to pay the price for peace and prosperity and democracy. And that's the big challenge.
Thank you, Michael. And Jeffrey, please.
I found that all of the different perspectives here seem to me to be fairly complementary. I mean, there's an argument that, some of what I proposed, if it's done poorly, would undermine democracy. If you're too aggressively violating too many rights or things, chasing down certain aspects, so you have to keep that, it's a balance. And you can't get so focused entirely on democracy that you forget about the physical aspects of what you need to do to defend and to have your physical aspects of deterrence put together. But it all doesn't work if you're not resilient. So I think these are all different pieces. But also, I think what you said, sir, was very important, Ambassador, about understanding the nature of this conflict. Ukraine is the kinetic front in an ongoing Russian war against NATO and the West. And when you start talking too much, in my opinion, about NATO and hybrid threats, and you have a separate conversation about the war in Ukraine, you're falling into a Russian narrative right there, which is giving them a point in their information operations. You're feeding their narrative that they are not connected. And I think that is why we're all here. It is an extension of the same conflict, and you have to act like it.
Thank you very much. And then, my friend Ibrahim, how does it look from Israel? You shaked up well as in your presentation, like you did last year, but how does it look? Are we prepared at the Baltic Sea region? And there are so many documents. I liked what the ambassador also said about the EU. It's a document factory, and I can sign this statement. But Ibrahim, please, how does it look?
I will start with one comment, not on our region, but about your region. If you think about it, you are the last island of democracy in the world. Not Lithuania or Finland, but the region is the last one which is democratic. The world now is dominated by three superpowers that neither of them is committed to democracy, is as value. And you can't be weak in these circumstances. Because if you are weak, you will be erased. That's why the consolidation of power in this region is so important, to survive this period of time that nobody knows when it will be ended. But the decline and defensive of democracy, you have to survive it. Fortunately, in our region, there are this imperative, we know it since the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. We cannot allow ourselves to be one day weaker than the environment that we are living in. One day. And military superiority is the main condition for our survival. At the moment that we are losing it, it's the end. Even the nuclear issue now, which is on the table even today in Geneva, today we have to admit, though not officially, that we have the nuclear exclusivity in the Middle East, and it gives us a great deal of deterrence. But at the moment that Iran has nuclear weapon, Turkey will have, if they don't have it till now, then Saudi Arabia, then Egypt. So we shall find ourselves in a position that around us there are 4 major Muslim states. Neither of them are democratic, but all of them are nuclear. That's the context that we have to understand the negotiation today in Geneva, why it's so important to deny Iran of the nuclear weapon. So if you take the same state of mind that we discussed this morning and even yesterday evening, the crucial value of the effective defense to the survival of democracies here. This is the key issue.
Thank you, General and Ambassador. Please.
I will not probably repeat what the previous speaker spoke, but I think I should correct probably myself as a message of talking about EU as a factor of the papers, which is true, but sometimes, as I said, there are nice papers. Where I would definitely need to now refocus this message with very much on the aspiration of you, General, talking about Europe as the only now remaining island. I fully support NATO, and I don't deny that this is the only security guarantees for Lithuania, and this is where we need to continue to invest in keeping Americans still in Lithuania. Still, Americans are, but as a sort of security concept for Lithuania, EU is becoming more and more important. But not only for Lithuania, for all European countries. And this is where we need to pick up now what is good European Commission is doing in Brussels. This Cobilius rearmament concept, understanding of resilience, understanding of the place in Europe in the world, which is, again, since I am on a weekly basis in Brussels, I see this dramatic shift. Of course, you do not expect Europe to change in one night. It's not the body which will change in one night. You should be very patient. But there are definitely strategic shifts. And this is where I think it's important for us to pick up. And again, we should not, as I was preaching, not to divide Russia's sort of, to understand Russia's thinking that there are no different wars. We also should think on EU level that there are no different policy on defense, policy of industrial competitiveness. Everything is the same. When we talk about European independence, and when I pick up American phone, there are no European phone to use. This is pity. When we think of 25 notch top IT companies, artificial intelligence or worldwide, there are no European companies. 20 Americans, 5 Chinese. probably one or Israeli, I don't know, probably. Now Europeans. And this is pity. This is where EU should not be regretful that Trump is now pressuring us, but Europe should be thankful that there is a wise man in Washington pressuring on us to make changes in Europe. And this is where that would contribute to our defense, that would contribute to our competitiveness, because everything is interrelated.
Thank you, Ambassador. And we discussed, when we prepared as a group for this panel, we discussed also the European defense resourcing, and whatever the 800 billion truly strengthen our capacities, capabilities, and like you mentioned today, approximately 80% of procurement still goes outside of the EU, so around 60% goes directly to the United States, and so it's a kind of situation. We still have a time, so I would really like to appreciate the audience also to have opportunity to have questions. So if there are any questions, please raise your hand now and ask floor. Otherwise, I continue with our panelists. Any questions? No questions. So then I would like to raise a question for all of you that we heard this morning from EU Commissioner about the need to take the lead of the European strategic autonomy and to need to start leading ourselves. And I was a little bit provocative about the document factory. That's because I have spent so much time with that issue, but there's namely a new directive called EU Critical Entities Resilience Directive, and what it means, it obligates the member states to identify critical entities, assess the risks affecting them, and to withstand and recover from different disruptions. So it should form the backbone of the new Europe, new European approach on hybrid threats and protecting vital services. My question is, haven't we seen this before? 2008 CIP Directive, Critical Infrastructure Protection Directive. We are going forward with a directive after another, document after another. But what we are lacking is the coherence of cooperation. We are dealing with the overlapping financial instruments, we are dealing with the different hybrid centers, different administrative solutions, but then again and again and again, how can it be so difficult within the civilian sector to find cooperation, to define common capabilities, even at the Baltic Sea region where we have 10 countries, which are culturally and societally quite combined and homogenic. So my question is this the right way forward, or what should we be done? Any comments? Oh, Ambassador, yes.
I would probably make a small comment. I don't know whether I am right or wrong, but my impression with the EU as a big body entity, with Europe, that Europe is sometimes is moving from crisis to crisis, and successfully so, because each crisis makes Europe more stronger, more resilient, more understanding of the place. And this is where, unfortunately, this is probably, Europe was built after crisis, which was World War II. And this is where Europe finally wake up and understood that we need to do something else. So the COVID crisis make also suggestions for Europe to live differently. And now, of course, Russian pressure and now American pressure. And this is unfortunately the cycles in Europe is living. But still, I believe current cycle is of utmost different sort of nature. We are really living in the situation where it's either. Because if we will lose this war, technological race, artificial intelligence race, defense race, we will be province of the world. And this wake-up call last year, we started with the President Trump convening first, I think, meeting in somewhere in Middle East of Russians and Ukrainians, and there were no Europeans, was already first wake-up call. And this continues, but Europe should really now not take this as an insult, which already was insult, but pick up this as a challenge, and again, make Europe stronger really in all sense, technologically, in sovereignty. So this is where I see this, not yet, as you, Tema, said, yet another EU document. Now there is momentum that either we win this battle to make Europe strong, or we will be a walled province with nice cities, nice beaches, and food, which will not disappear, but not non-important walled cradle of civilization and in the history, nice history. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, you described the concept of victory, and we should probably change our mindset. We are now receiving the threats, we are receiving the strikes, and we are adapting it like a frog. When the water is boiling, we are getting used to that. Who cares? There's another cyber attack, there's another strike on the railways. But it becomes like a new normal condition. So how can we overcome this state of mind and start doing things differently?
I think you have to do like alcoholics doing treatment, the 10-step treatment. The first step is you have to accept that you have a problem. And I think that acceptance is a little bit too low, like many other speakers have said. The awareness of the problem, the realization and acceptance that we are under attack. We are not facing hybrid threats any longer, we are facing hybrid attacks. So we are part of the conflict, we are part of the same war as Ukrainians, but in a different way. And that acceptance is not really spread. I worked at the Baltic Defense College 2013 to 2015. And when Crimea happened, everybody at the college knew what was going on because we had Ukrainian soldiers at the college. And I guess everybody in the Baltic states knew what was happening. And then I took my airplane, or not my airplane, Scandinavian Airlines, and landed on a Friday evening in Arlanda, at Arlanda, in March. And what do you think was the top issue in Sweden March 2014? Eurovision Song Contest. Ukraine was extremely far away. Eurovision Song Contest was the most important topic to discuss Friday evening. And I think we are still there, basically. At the Swedish Armed Forces, what we are trying to do now is to combine NATO and EU, because that's a sort of a civil or total defense on the international level. You have the military component and you have the civil component, and together we can do a lot. And as someone said in the previous panel, the resources of Russia is approximately the same as the Italians. They are small. So if we combine all the resources, all the capabilities, everything that NATO has and the EU has, we are unstoppable. But it also means that we need to take risks. We need to sacrifice something, we need to offer something, we need to do something that goes beyond perhaps what we might imagine. And we need to take risks. And risks cost. Even we have to risk lives, Swedish lives in this fight. And I think we need to discuss that more, not just as sort of a theoretical issue of what does it cost, how much money does it cost, but well, how many lives does it cost? Because democracy is not free.
Thank you, Michael. And Jeffrey, I would like to ask you, how does it look from the US side when you are looking at this debate and our preparedness? Are we lacking the capacity to respond? I think this is the bottom line question today, and I don't want to go to academic with that, but you know what I mean. Yes, please.
I think as we sort of picked up from the others, you know, there's different levels of U.S. views. And the farther down you go, I think Secretary Rubio's words were nicer than last year, but maybe the message fairly similar. But then when you have military-to-military cooperation or down to soldier cooperation, I think there's a lot of room to continue kind of what we were doing before and try to remember that our relationship is a lot longer than just now. Obviously, the change at the top can be violent and very sharp turns. But I think for a lot of these things, the main shift I think that's important from the U.S. view is not to take whatever one of my changes, is to include the U.S. if we're interested in coming along, but not to have to try to convince the U.S. overly to participate in what's going on, but to show the U.S. that Europe's going to do this. This is how we're going to, in Europe, address the hybrid threats. If you'd like to participate, please come along with the United States. We'd love to have you. If you're not, that's fine. And for the short term, you probably can't include the U.S. in any indispensable positions. But I think, there is popular support in the U.S. So looking at some polls, and the support for the U.S. from the U.S. for Ukraine and for, almost what you would say status quo is still there. It's just heavily masked by kind of the current leadership. But, we should see if that changes in November. So I guess that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you very much indeed. And Ephraim, would you like to say something in the end? What is your takeaway about this 3.0?
Most of the intelligent things were said. But there is one point that I would like to make, that we have here colleagues from Ukraine. The only factor that may unify democratic Europe now is the solidarity with Ukraine. Ukraine saves the democracies more than the democracies save Ukraine. And I hope that I will not be able next year to say the same about Greenland.
Thank you very much. I actually received a similar message from friends in Kiev that, Timo, don't continue, stop living at the comfort zone. You do not have years, you have maximum months there. Months. So, Ambassador, I would like you to have a final comment.
No, I think not final, because we already have spoken. I don't want to make a sort of summary, because not to spoil already what was spoken. But again, turning to our Ukrainian friends, that the NATO membership, I think, already been touched today, and we might have some hurdles to reach final Ukraine membership. I think General Hodges and other panel were absolutely right. So we should not shy away that even if US finally miraculously would agree, there will be might be some European countries. We know from Swedish saga of membership, everything was settled, but suddenly Turkey came. So we should not concentrate. We should concentrate on Ukraine moving to NATO, and this is right, but not to over-concentrate on the final goal. This is true. Then there is EU, which has become even more important with the EU power of legislative and rule-setting. Integration of Ukraine will be even more important. This is when Russia will not be reachable in energy security, in resilience of Ukraine. But there is another level of integration where even Commissioner Kubilius, today he did not mention, but in his previous speech, we need to have Ukraine fully integrated into all European defense projects. Not like a Europe separately and then Ukraine. Ukraine should be part and parcel. So Kubilius even once came with the idea, when war will be sort of already in the easy phase in Ukraine, Ukrainian battalion stationing in Vilnius. He said that would be the dream. Battle-tested Ukrainian battalion in Vilnius as a best guarantor of Lithuanian security. So this is what we need to start to think. Not like we EU, we NATO, and Ukraine, how to integrate short of membership perspective, short of membership. This is where I think is now second level. Industry, defense cooperation, crisis management system, learning from Ukraine, learning from Israel, and sharing our experience back to Ukraine on democracy and so on. So this is where I think what I see this integrated Europe about.
Thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank all the speakers for marvelous interpretations and interventions and comments, and also the organizers. There is the new report actually published in Warsaw about the hybrid threats. It's just been revealed by Defense 24, so those of you who are interested, we can deliver the link to that. And yes, I hope this panel has served the cause, and I really hope we are better prepared. We realize the risk situation where we are at the moment. I would like to refer to US ambassador whom I knew a long time ago when we prepared the crisis drill for the embassy staff together, and he had a very good motivation speech for the staff. He said that you think the cavalry will come. It will never come. You will all die. Have a great day. Thank you.
Timo and all panelists. Now we will so 20 minutes earlier than indicated in your program. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we have a surprise announcement, I could say. We will have a moment of signing memorandum, MOU, between National Defense Foundation and the University of Łódź. So please, you are witnesses of this. Yes?
Thank you.
So now we will start the third session, actually an extended session, 90 minutes length, and this one addresses battlefield automatization, AI-enabled targeting, ICRS capabilities, data warfare, and counter-US solutions. So to moderate this highly topical discussion, I'm pleased to invite Ms. Indrė Makaraitytė. And Indrė is the head of investigative desk at Lithuania's national broadcaster LRT and one of the country's most respected journalists covering defense and national security. So Indrė, the floor is yours.
I would like to invite the panelists, the experts of this very special topic. Mr. Graham Schellenberger, Head of Global Partnerships at Latent AI. Also, Mr. Ariel Jonathan, Senior Marketing Sales Manager at Omnisys. Please welcome, and I don't hear your applause. Also, we have Mr. Stephen Blank, Senior Fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, online. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, we hear you perfectly.
Okay, good.
Mr. Anders Karp, Deputy CIO of SAB. And Major Yevhen Karas, commander of the Unmanned Systems Forces Regiment from Ukraine. Just a few minutes, okay. So maybe I will start, if I may. And Yevhen will join us. And I hope that after this perfect lunch, you all had also coffees, and we can discuss a very difficult and important topic about AI, drones, and data as Russia's new offensive tools. Yeah. I don't hear your applause. Thank you. And I would like to begin by recalling the words of Ukrainian drone platoon commander, Lieutenant Kirill Yushchishin, who was recently interviewed in our Lithuanian media, who said that the war of 2025-26 is already completely different from the war of 2022-24, and it is hard to imagine what the war will look like a year from now. And this statement captures the pace and scale of the transformation we are witnessing. As Russia's aggression drags into its fifth year, innovation has reshaped the character of a battlefield at extraordinary speed, and both sides have been pushed into what many analysts now describe as a new era of technologically saturated warfare. Drones dominate the front line. Artificial intelligence, once marginal in operational military use, is now embedded across the decision cycle. The Security Forum is taking place in one of the Baltic states in Lithuania for a reason, because Russia's threat combined with this rapid transformation of warfare, poses an especially urgent challenge for frontline nations, particularly in the Baltic and Nordic regions. And that brings to the strategic questions we have to try to get answers during our discussion, like what technological and institutional capabilities are proving decisive in Ukraine. Do we truly understand the type of war we must prepare for? And is NATO investing into the right capabilities and adapting quickly enough to ensure that every member state, regardless of size, can operate effectively in a battlefield defined by automation, data dominance, and machine speed escalation? So that is the challenge before us today. I hope that my extraordinary experts will help us to discuss. So I would like that everybody of you would share your perspective on the questions just outlined up to 5 minutes, please. And I would like to begin with Mr. Blanc.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be attending, even by Zoom. I couldn't be there today because I gave the same speech yesterday to a conference on Ukraine, but nonetheless, it's an honor, not least because my mother's family originates from Vilniaus, so it's a kind of homecoming for me. The war in Ukraine has had global repercussions, not just Europe. As Indra pointed out, it's dynamic, and it has evolved to a state right now where we have a technologically saturated battlefield. And among the key innovations are those having to do with unmanned warfare, UAVs, drones, whatever you want to call them. Now, they have transformed but not revolutionized warfare. What I mean by that is that their full potential has not yet been revealed. Furthermore, there is a tendency in both the United States and in Europe to believe that the technological advances of this war have led to the transparent battlefield in which movement is virtually impossible, and that therefore we have a war of attrition. What we really have is positional warfare. It is attritional, but it is not stalemate, and it is not a replica of World War I. Moreover, the reason I would argue why we have this battlefield owes as much to the failure to use technological advances to their full degree. That is, and I argue this in the paper, and by the way, the paper is available and will be published later on in the United States. The problem here is that both sides, the West, not just Ukraine, but the West and Russia, are unable to maximize the potential of the technology by transforming their armed forces tactically, operationally, strategically, and doctrinally or conceptually into concepts that allow for maneuver on the battlefield. We have people in the United States, I was just at this conference yesterday, calling for a restoration of maneuver warfare. Under present conditions, that is impossible. However, I believe that it is more likely that Ukraine will find answers than Russia. Russia, to be sure, is adapting tactically. It is creating drone units throughout its entire army, and it has hit upon the tactic of using small numbers of men to infiltrate Ukrainian positions, albeit at horrifying casualty rates. Problem is that the Russian military cannot innovate strategically, and if you read Russian strategic writings, as people in the United States have, they have not seen any reason to revise their strategies or to improve upon them. Ukraine, on the other hand, is a hotbed of innovation. It is increasingly able to counter the Russians' ability to scale up mass numbers of drones. The agreements with Denmark and forthcoming agreements and the contracts that Ukraine is now signing to export weapons will give it that capability. So it will be able to counter, I believe, whatever the Russians throw at them, provided it gets the help from the West that it gets already, if not more. The Russian military in some ways, resembles militaries that may have had a technological advantage to start, but are unable to use that to full degree because they are, quote, directed, that quote is from T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, armies, and you take away their technological advantage, they're lost. We just saw this now with Starlink. We took away Starlink, and the Ukrainian army has advanced 200 kilometers in a relatively short time and may still be advancing. Actually, the Russians are moving troops from Bakhmut to Zaporizhia to save that front, but hopefully the Ukrainians will be able to break through or at least advance substantially in the south. Now, that tells us Ukraine, though it's under severe pressure, and will be, at least for the balance of the year, has the opportunity to turn the tables on Russia, provided it gets the help it needs. If we talk about the information challenge, everybody in this room knows, and the West knows now as a whole, that Russia is conducting a large-scale cyber and information warfare. The West distinguishes between the two, the Russians don't, against Western targets. That's part of the campaign of sabotage, arson, assassinations, shadow fleets, fires, poisonings, you name it. However, I would argue that despite the fact that the Russians have had significant successes right up till yesterday by making threats that prevent European governments from sending peacemakers to Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire, that nevertheless the biggest victim of information warfare in this war has been Vladimir Putin and his command staff. They believed the war would be over in a few days. It isn't, obviously. They also had this crazy idea, which is an obsession, that the West is trying to attack them, and that therefore Russia must be in a state of permanent warfare with the West. Nobody in the West has any idea of attacking Russia. As you all know, it's quite the contrary. Nevertheless, Russia is mobilized for war and is paying an enormous economic price because that mobilization is incomplete and imperfect, and that Russia increasingly depends on outsiders like North Korea, African states, even Cuba, to get manpower, and on China in order to sustain the economic warfare. So,
Mr. Blank, maybe we will discuss that later a little bit. So let's
okay. Finally, I'm on the last point. The Baltic-Arctic challenge. As I say in the paper, and as NATO spokesmen have said, the Arctic and the Baltic are increasingly becoming one long front, where the Arctic is the northern anchor or northernmost flank of an alliance that goes at least to the Baltic, if not to the Black Sea. I would argue, and I do this in the paper, with regard to navies, that the Russians are going to learn, if they have not already learned, from the Ukrainian experience with naval warfare. And in the Baltic, where we have the opposite situation as was in the Black Sea, where the Russian military is outmanned by NATO, and where the Russian Navy is certainly outmanned by NATO's Baltic fleet, that the Russians are going to rely on land-based and submarine-based drones to counter the Baltic fleets of NATO members in the Baltic Sea, and that NATO is by no means ready for that kind of warfare. This is a warfare of capabilities more than it is of platforms. NATO navies are platform navies. They have not invested, they have not used the 4 years of warfare to build up, and they are not yet ready for prime time, as we would say. And therefore, in the Baltic, the naval forces there, despite their superiority on paper, are possibly configured to fight the wrong war. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Karas, maybe you could continue. 5 minutes yours.
Hello, everyone. About drone wars and modern technology, what is important to tell that there is a big distinction between country in a war and to be in the front line when Ukraine to fight in trenches and to prepare to war, or to imitate this preparation and trying to sell to your own country something for big business, because big war is also big, almost big money. And that's a problem between the request of Western military, Ukrainian military, and that things which produce Western companies, because It's a complicated process because you need to cooperate with different kind of product companies to get compartment and to get from Ukrainian side experience at what it need to be. And many Western companies, I tell in general Western, I mean maybe even the Japan, we don't work with Japan companies, but I think there also will be a problem that somebody wanted to get a contract from his army, from his government, for something which will be combat proven in 10 years, not in close period of time, not massively produced, and something which means not ready to use product, but something which can open a window to some evolution and tree of development, and maybe 6th generation, 10th generation will be like very good, outstanding weapon. But in reality we see that in war zone now, as Ukrainian, so and Russian side, so and the best Western weapons which I see, because my regiment we work with a lot of systems from the maybe tens of Western countries. The most workable versions is simple. So AI buys that system, and some research about it is, for my opinion, it's a little bit exaggerated this role in modern war, because now it's not combat proven, and any of this technology in real combat not working. Because big war needs big quantity of weapons, and they need to be easy to teach, and need to be massively produced. We work as we're talking about like Western systems and technology, some of them are beautiful and very good quality, but very often we see a problem about scaling a production. And this often maybe conflicts with the question that if some company of West getting government money, they not scaling their production. They are on stock market, their prices become bigger, but not become bigger factories. It's democracy, it's capitalism, and this is a very big threat to European defense, that investing in defense does not mean that you will scale your production. And that's a very big threat, because we understanding that Russia don't sitting on one place, and even if you have like good peace in Ukraine, they will have only for unmanned system forces. They wanted to establish, if I'm not mistaken, nearby 200,000 and 20,000 of soldiers. It's not for Ukraine, it's for different conflicts, it's for different provocations, and nobody will be surprised, because Russia almost officially work as a terrorist. They will use these guys with experience, with a very poor level of culture and some ethic codex of them. They have no rules, no pity about killing civilians. They will use it to reach their political or economical or military missions on nearby countries. First of all, it will be like Finland, Balkan countries, Poland, Romania. And there will be very slow reaction about from the European countries, because people scared about war. Politicians thinking about like elections, percentage of popularity, and don't want to make a risky decision. And like colleagues from Israel many times giving advice that if you going to have a very big trouble, you need to fight first, to strike first. If you're scary to deal with the problem on your border because you are NATO, you're European Union, then you have Ukraine. We don't have a problem to cross the Russian border, and you know about the Kursk operation, and Kursk operation showed to us if Russia don't have opportunity to use infantry on the ground from the North Korean communists, if Russians do not have opportunity to use such many quantity of air bombs, I think we still now control Kursk region, and it will be a very big political disaster inside Russia. And it's not like theory, because we see Prigozhin's PMC Wagner group uprising. So Russia is not so stable as we think, and not so invulnerable. But we don't have enough quantity of fighter jets, because as we're talking about modern technology, it's very important, because we exchange insufficient of artillery, of machine guns, of jets by drones. This idea and the implementation of drones from Ukrainian side origins because we wanted to survive, we wanted to fight, and we have a smart mind, and we have a very powerful civil society who supports frontline. And later government, and with your help, with European assistance, with European money, we reach a lot, we get a lot of drones. But it started from the only one idea to survive. But as we're talking about a modern war, I'm not so skeptical about training where Ukrainian drone teams destroyed 2 NATO battalions on air exercises, you understand. Because anyway, it was like close tactical combat without the domain of the strategical aviation and fighter jets. And the fact is, modern technologies is very important, but if we wanted to pressure now Russia to peace, to stable peace. They don't want to attack Balkan countries several years, not like direct attack. I think it will be hybrid war, very interesting format with the terroristical threats, with the blocking of the columns of NATO tanks by some civil protests, like we green activists, tank destroy our trees, do not move, with some terroristical act with anonymous sea drone of Russia in Balkan Sea, who will destroy one ship with marine from NATO country or cargo ship, and then NATO countries, I don't know what in your doctrine, can you send another ship if previous one was destroyed by some anonymous drone? So it will be very dangerous and, like dark humor, interesting time in future for Europe if we together provide for Russia opportunity to make chantage, to make military threat in the future. But if...
okay, Mr. Karas, we will talk about that.
One moment. What is most important now in front line to win a modern war? Of course, not only drones. For Ukrainian front line, it's very important to destroy Russia Su-44 jet with air bomb, because Soviet old air bomb modified with the Russian navigation system now is the main problem of Ukrainian defense.
Okay, thank you very much for reminding us what is business and what is fighting, two different things. But we have business representatives here. And Mr. Anders Karp, Deputy of COA, or SAB, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Indre. And thank you, Major Karas, for pointing out some of, I would say, weaknesses of the Western industry, where we have been. And I will try to, in this short introduction, talk about what we as industry have learned from Ukraine, how innovation cycles have changed, and how we as industry need to what we need to do in order to meet Russia's ambitions going forward. The first and maybe most striking lesson for us from Ukraine is the total collapse of the traditional innovation timelines. Historically, defense innovation followed long linear paths. Requirements were defined over years, systems were developed over decades, and then upgrades came seldom and very slowly. This model does not hold any longer. In Ukraine, we see now week-long innovation cycles where more or less commercial drones are adapted, then the enemy counters them, so they need to be adapted again in a rapid succession. Software updates are pushed directly into the battlefield. New tactics are being developed, they are tested, they are implemented, but then abandoned because the adversary changes their behavior, and then it needs to be replaced in time. So I personally had the privilege to join some of the units and see how they actually adapt and train, and this is something completely different to what we see in any Western customer. But the implication is profound for us. The speed and adaptability matters as much as advanced platforms. And the lessons learned that's really crucial to us and which we're implementing now is that we need to work very closely, our engineers need to work very closely with the end user, focusing on real military problems and then jointly solve those. And this also sets a very challenging or becomes a very large challenge for our nations, where the acquisition systems, they are designed for predictability and control. For defense companies, it challenges our business models, which are built around stable requirements and long production runs. So we have to learn that we need to work in a different way. I will also like to mention a bit about quantity and quality. So for decades, many armed forces optimized for quality over quantity. Fewer platforms, but more advanced and certainly more expensive. The war in Ukraine shows us that mass is still very important, but not necessarily in the traditional form. Mass today could be thousands of low-cost drones rather than dozens of high-end aircraft. Saturation effects are more important than individual performance of a platform, and then redundancy and replaceability rather than the perfect platform. But this doesn't, we believe, eliminate the need for the traditional platforms, because they will be important for other things, deterrence and escalation control. So they must coexist, these two. Shortly about Russia, we've seen that they have certainly been able to scale up and scale up their production. They have, as Mr. Blank also said, been able to do somewhat of innovation, but not to the same extent as Ukraine. But we see now how extremely dependent they are on countries like North Korea, Iran, and China. And at the same time, Ukraine shows us what decentralization means, what competition between different systems or units means, and the constant ability to adapt to new requirements. I will end there and then continue in the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much for saving us time. Please, Graham.
Yeah, I'll be quick and hopefully we can get into the conversation. Just to start by saying, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be back in Vilnius. And it's a real pleasure to see quite a few friends from my experience here before, from Ukraine and then also from NATO. When I think about the conflict in Ukraine and then NATO's challenges, especially on the technical side. So I was brought in to talk about the AI, and most people think about some sort of Terminator type robot with all-powerful capabilities. That is usually what we are asked for from the United States, from some NATO countries, when they're thinking about how to rearm or rebuild. That's not the question we get asked for when I go to Ukraine. They're asking for small, they see it as a tool, small iterations on current capabilities. How can it help them better understand sensor data? How can it help them maybe with some of the autonomous navigation capabilities that they already have? It's not a completely new, paradigm shifting technology. It is small adjustments and improvements across the board that compile over time. And I'll cover briefly the sort of 4 capabilities I see that Ukraine has really embraced that I think we can all learn from here. One is distributed sensors. The battlefield is covered with video, EO, infrared, RF sensing, more so than any conflict previously in history. And so the ability to then take in that sensor data and make sense of it, that's where AI can help. But it's also where you need a software system. You need something that has the ability to take in all of these different sensor inputs from different platforms and make sense of it. Then you have low-cost precision weapon systems. Never before in history has a platoon-level organization had the ability to use such a low-cost, very precise weapon and use many of them. That has changed the battlefield. That has made these exquisite platforms more vulnerable. And so the connection between this large amount of sensor data and these low-cost precision weapon systems, that chain and that innovation chain, that is what has made this conflict different, and that's what NATO needs to learn from fast and learn from people like Major Karas here. The last thing is organizational and doctrinal changes. And I think as a good representative, Ukraine has built unmanned system brigades and battalions. I am not sure if NATO has. I don't believe the United States has. That's That's not an organizational or doctrinal lesson that we have learned at this point. I'll stop there. Let's get in the conversation, and we can pull more out of that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have an expert from Israel with the lessons from the ground. So please, Mr. Jonathan.
So thank you for my colleague. One of them talk about the lesson learned from the battlefield, and the other one talk about lesson learned as an industry. So what we understand that the operation is changing. It's changing very, very fast. And always and every day we have a surprise. And we need to be very flexible and very agile to understand how to handle with the new situation. This is the one that will control or will understand that it can change, how it's working upon what is going on in the area. This is the key to win or to defeat the other side. So now try to imagine to yourself that you can have something that provide you all the lesson learned that good for you that you don't have, or you don't have the experience. You have the experience, don't the lesson learned. A key that provide you the experience, the lesson learned in machine, that when you are seeing a surprise, this system can help you to understand how you can change or how you can react immediately. And we know surprise will happen, we know, but when it's happening, while you are surprised, we are in shock. We need to take a decision under pressure. And while you have something that provide you lesson learned, provide a solution or recommendation upon the lesson learned that we have learned, it can help you to take the right decision. So what I'm urging you to say is just to understand, please learn from lesson learned and what's happening in the other area. And we fully understand today that the one that we know to adjust his plan and to react fast and to take the right decision faster, this is the key, as he just described, because every day they have a surprise. Every day, the industry provide a new solution. So how to react while you're under pressure? This is, I think, this is the key, and this is what we have learned in the last couple of our lesson learned.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we can turn specifically to Russia's capabilities and the limits. And maybe our main question in this block of questions should be, what should Ukraine have to win this war, and why you don't have yet? So maybe you can start with evaluation of Russian capabilities and limits. No, it's now you are like, it's free discussion. And also I would like that the audience would prepare questions. I would like to include the questions from you as well, so please.
Modern war zone is fully transparent, and you don't have chance to mistake. If you make an error, then you will lose your valuable equipment, expensive equipment, or your man, or your base. So very pity thing, but now I see like good jamming systems from Ukraine, only last half year in Ukraine, and see a powerful systems effective, we call it Russia-China, because it's not Russian, it's Chinese. And so Chinese have a very big expertise now, like experience in good jamming against modern weapons. I'm very sad, maybe I don't see something, but I don't see now stable working and actual in modern war, now in this year, in previous year, Western company jammers. And without jammers, any expensive tank, any powerful artillery system will be a very simple target. And for could work against Russia in modern war, we very need a stable, effective connection for drones. Some European, no, it's not secret, like Radio North system, Norwegians, they're very good guys. So as I give them compliment and giving compliant, they are like not fast. Very good weapon, very good connection for drones, but very slowly developing, scaling. I don't know, is a problem of company or money, I don't know, or compartments, but very good, but slowly produced. American Seal was good company, but question about price. For modern weapons, you cannot use massively so expensive connection. So we use now often Starlink, and that's very good because it really gives a very big advantage in modern war, especially for ground drones. Because when now Starlink shut down in war zone, Russian special forces, especially, or some elite infantry units who can have professionality to use ground drones, they cannot use it as a logistics. And important connection, quantity. It's good that Ukrainian companies produce very good weapons. Also Europeans and ISR drones and Latvian drones, we use Pasniks. FPV drones is first maybe FPV drones who are not very, very big price and from Europe and very good working. So Latvia, Baltia, I say, no, at least Baltia almost ready for very big technical clashes because they have cheap and, no, not very cheap as compared in Ukraine, but good FPV drones. And what is important, very big quantity of explosives, quality explosives, because sometimes in Ukraine, especially for deep strike operations, we use not very good explosives because we needed tons of that, tens of tons and very big quantity. I don't know what capabilities of Europe, but I think for different, if it will be like good peace in Ukraine and anyway some another conflicts where European interest of defense must involve you there, you need very big quantity of explosive, and also the question about its price. There may be technological thing, and of course, maybe I don't see all. I see some common projects, European, Ukrainian, also like my regiment with some Western technologies about electronic warfare and reconnaissance weapons to search Russian drone teams. I don't know who is better now, Russians or common European and no Western and Ukrainian forces. But anyway, it's a very fastly changing war, and that system who works now, half a year start working. As I talk, every year big revolution, half a year small revolution, every 3 months big changing. What is important and why I'm also here to see product companies and to speak to you, that in so fast changing war, government and military cannot be effective because it's unnormal to military to change their doctrine every 3 months or 4 months. You even only start some legal procedure to have some weapon on balance on military, and then you need to change it. So very fast war. That's why in Ukrainian almost every unit every day need to spend some like private money. Sometimes we put part of our salary to buy some compartments, to upgrade some drone, to upgrade some jammer, to upgrade some reconnaissance electronic warfare weapon to be actual in modern time. And that's also a very big question to European army. You still even not started to produce like UAV units. But when the war or some risk of war begins, you need not only to have unit and have a big money to very fast spending on some upgrades, and some of them will not be effective, and that's a very big stress to military system. And nobody got, as I see from Western countries, answer how to deal with it. In Ukraine, we deal it by private money, like people collecting, grandfathers giving their pension for some upgrades of drones. And in such big war, with such big quantity of drones and modern technologies, it's very big like threat how to deal with such questions about so fast-changing war.
I have one more question to you. What makes Russia still so effective technologically in this war? So very short, and to others the same question.
Russians very fast copying our technologies, if they can do it, and makes a very cheap and massively produced drones. And this is like also like artillery, another way, it must be massively and cheap. And that's why they can overwhelm everybody by using massively forces, and they are not endless, but they can win at time and to show that we are so powerful. And to stop this, you need also very big quantity of weapons. It's not enough to have 10 super tanks or 1,000 of super missiles, because you need these super missiles, 10,000, because it's like really bizarre, like medieval or Second World War. Big quantities, big amount, and if you're small and if you're not united, you have no chance, even if you're very motivated and have very good weapons.
I'll start there with Russia. For years, Russia has had a very strong tech sector, the strong software development sector, and that was separate from their Cold War, military-style large armored columns. Those industries are merging, and you are seeing, smart Russian software guys who are going to work for the military, who are working on these problems. And so Russia is not adapting to the modern battlefield as quickly as Ukraine is, but they're certainly adapting faster than the West is. And so that is the mismatch that I worry about there. Now, the first question of what can we do to, I would cede all my time back to Mr. Karas on that. What I'll talk about are the private companies in Ukraine that we work with. And so Ukraine has an amazing system of innovation and the flywheel in that they have, the drone units and then R&D units made up of experienced pilots who are finding the fix to the battlefield problem in front of them. And then you have defense tech companies immediately behind them and working with them who scale the fix. That's what enables this sort of adaptation at the speed of this conflict. The West certainly doesn't have that style of procurement or acquisition system. To help these Ukrainian defense companies are now looking to expand. There was signed this year, I think, the law to allow them to start selling outside of the United States, to start taking in capital investment. Several have come over to the United States. That is a way to support this sort of cycle. It's not just, absolutely, give all the explosives. Give all the explosives we have, give all the tanks we have. But these Ukrainian defense technology companies that are starting to grow and need additional investment, need additional maybe reception in Western countries to sell what they're learning from Ukraine. That is how the West can also assist Ukraine and assist the defense technology lessons learned that we want to benefit from.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank you. Some comments on Russia. As I mentioned, they're dependent on certain countries, so that's of course one aspect of it if we want to stop them for real. But the war is costly for Russia. We had figures, the president presented that in Munich, that for the first time in the war they actually lose more soldiers than they can recruit per month. So that's one way of stopping them. Unfortunately, of course, for our Ukrainian friends, you also lose soldiers there, so that's not a long-term solution. On what Graham said earlier about the transparency of the battlefield, I think in terms of innovation and what we've seen, what the Ukrainians have done with drones, I think that is just the first step of what Ukraine is going to do now. I think the next step we will see much more of is an automation of the battlefield. I've had the privilege to look into the Delta system, which I think is by far the best data-driven management system for the battlefield. What will be innovated out of that data will be extremely interesting to see what Ukraine can do with that data, not only focusing on the right units right now, but also preparing sort of the future battles, because unfortunately we don't see that this war will end anytime soon. And there I think that the Russians, yes, they might be able to catch up a bit in drones, but they won't be able to do it in the full scale when we talk about a full battlefield or automated battlefield.
Mr. Blank, are you with us?
I can answer to that, speak to that question. Everything that the previous panelists have said is true, but there's more to the story. For example, although Russia has a formidable defense capability and defense industrial sector, there are major gaps in its defense industrial capabilities. For example, it's estimated that half the artillery that was used in Russia's last offensives in 2025 and at the beginning of this year came from North Korea. They weren't produced by Russia. Russia can't produce them. Russian shipbuilding has been for years an area where Russia fails. Although they're building ships, they can't build enough, and they're not nearly as good as they need to be to compete with quality NATO has. Third, it's very clear that if you put pressure on China, China will respond to that pressure and tamp down what is supplying Russia. There's not enough pressure being put on China, and therefore 90% of the components in many cases are coming from China. And the Russians are therefore able to use those components unmolested in order to produce ordnance. Likewise, if we give Ukraine the capability to strike the factory at Alabush, we could take out the Shahed drones for some length of time. So on the one hand, Russian defense industry is a powerful instrument, but on the other hand, it is also an instrument with feet of clay, and it has serious vulnerabilities, and it can be attacked, and it needs to be. Thank you.
Mr. Jonathan, your country is not in NATO. Your country is not fighting in Ukraine. You can be, like an expert from outside. What could you say about Russian capabilities, and is it lagging behind Western advanced technologies, or you have something?
I think that Russia is working with a massa. So as my colleagues say, they are updating. They are not doing it fast enough. But while they are doing it in a huge mess. So they are producing a lot. They are bringing many assets to the battlefield. And what needed, by the way, the connection, or the real connection, or the real benefits that we have, for example, that we have an officer that's serving in the reserve. And those officers in the reserve, they are working day by day in the industry. So the lesson learned is fluent all the time between the battlefield and the industry. So the lesson learned is there. We are updating all the time, and this connection is very, very strong. This is something, I don't know how you can do it because you don't have it, but if you have this connection, is help a lot. From my understanding, to deal with the amount of the weapon of the Russian is pretty tough in the battlefield. What we can do is to hurt them in the bottlenecks, which mean the supply chain, which mean the factory, which mean before they are coming, we can destroy them, and we need to do it fast to plan against the unique assets or the essential assets.
Okay, and my one question to everybody, if you have answers also, and would like to discuss that. Why Ukraine is not supported in that amount with technologies, new technologies, but we're still talking about that brutal war. And for a fifth year already. I'm here, I think I'm moderating the second year security forum, and it's not the first, the only conference I'm moderating about the Ukrainian war, and we're still talking about the same things in all expert panels. So what is the problem with us?
I'm not sure that us on the podium here are the right ones to explain that, because there are obviously more things that could be sent.
Okay, so what are these things?
So I would say that most of the Western armies or defense forces have stockpiles, but they of course need to balance how much they can sort of risk by sending or donating to Ukraine. And the balance is up to the politicians actually to determine in each and every country.
So you are saying we don't want that Ukraine would win?
I think that the whole of Europe, minus one or two countries perhaps, that hasn't decided yet, wants them to win, of course. But then also, how much risk are they willing to take? So my point is, I think that's a question for each and every country's politicians to answer.
Okay.
What we are saying, yesterday we have another session, and General Sars saw that I again say what you said. He said, together, but we are alone. Which means, at the end of the day, each country is protecting itself, they have their interests, and they are willing to help as much as they can, but as you said, they are not willing to take the risk. So at the end of the day, each one of you need to understand that at the end of the day, you can talk together, plan together. When it will happen, be prepared to be alone. This is my personal opinion, of course, personal.
Very important thing that now, Russia providing they're in very heavy situation. We expecting maybe economical crisis. Anyway, they will have to the middle of the summer very big crisis of production, new barrels for artillery. I think they cannot renew their amount of tanks and APC for the years, and their quality not so good. As previously mentioned, the expert online, that their ammo for artillery in North Korean or Iran, and drones from Iran copy, and compartment from China. So Russia in a very hard situation, so they need to shut down all the elements. No, not democracy in Russia, sounds funny, but even the chance to communicate each other in Russia, they wanted to stop, they wanted to ban any messenger, to provide only one level of decision making. What tells KGB, FSB in Moscow, and Russians will do it. And also the funny and pity moment that as lower level of life in Russia, the bigger economic crisis, then they have their last fresh chance to get new soldiers, because no another way to get money, only to go and die in war. But what's important for Western countries and for Ukraine, why we survived? We survived not because we have enough quantity of weapons, because they were surprised by the amount of people who ready to fight. And the first day of war, our day was very happy because, oh, I'm still alive, what a pretty day. Nobody thinking that we will be alive. It's like when I came to war in 2022, our idea was not to miss a fight for capital for Kyiv, because it will be so great battle, we all gonna die, but we cannot miss this party. We can kill as many Russians as our grandfathers want. So it was like dark humor, but it was very motivating. And what is important for democracy, rules created by leadership, that product companies who don't go to Ukraine to have representatives here will be not effective. And that militaries who came as special agents, officially, unofficially, does not matter. You need to send your soldiers to Ukraine, or you need to send volunteers, or even if nobody wanted to go, of course, politicians, oh no, war is not for me, but this war you think is not for you. But then if the next war will be for you, that government will be not for you, because you do it. You let the war came to your country. So it will be a very big signal from the Western politicians to came to Ukraine, maybe to serve. You can join my regiment, no problem. Very big chance to survive and to get all the experience about new war, because what is important, we are not talking about new age of warfare. We're talking about new culture maybe of even the mankind, because you need to wake up with thinking about drone, you need to go to police thinking about drone, you need to go to military and thinking about drone, because they will definitely change all the doctrine, not only in war zone, domestic security and homeland security on a very big threat. I still very glad to God that Russians do not effectively use their terroristic opportunity to use drones to destroy peaceful life in Western countries, like to make a pressure to you, like do not support Ukraine because we will make terroristic actions. But in future, they will do it. Anyway, you support or not support Ukraine, Russia now will be not army who will send a columns of tank to Baltia. They will send like some proxy forces, some Baltian Free Internet Republica, they my idea, something bizarre, but they will use it. It's not Russian forces. It's some Baltian partisans with cheap FPV drones. It's not drones of Russia fly through your airfields and NATO jets cannot go in air, even in Denmark or in Finland. It's some unnamed people, maybe some ecological activists do not want to fly reactive aircraft to destroy oxygen. And how you can protect your airfield against drones if we see incidents in Western countries when now some like left-wing activists, they came through the fence to the military airbase, paying something, I don't remember. So we understand it's a very big question about non-readiness to not even the war zone, but a very peaceful army of Western countries inside your countries. So need to think very much, and if society, because I understand civil people say, what a war, I don't want a war. But politicians function not to think only about people want. Politicians function and government and military to protect these people in the future, even if civilian people, taxi driver or some housewife do not understand what expects in the future. And that's why you need to be as closer to Ukrainian war and to these drone fights.
Okay, thank you. So,
Indra, can I speak to that?
Why are we still here? Yeah, Mr. Blank, would you like to?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so,
There are two things here. First of all, there's the success of Russian information warfare, using nuclear weapons as a threat. If you intervene in Ukraine, terrible things will happen. And we just saw now that the Europeans will not send peacekeeping forces to Ukraine if Russia objects. And of course, Russia objects. The second point to this is that the information warfare has a psychological effect on Western governments, so they are frightened and do not send their forces. This is true of the Biden administration. It's even more true of the Trump administration, which has basically cut aid to Ukraine altogether. The other point is that neither the U.S. nor the Europeans have yet come to terms with the fact that they're under attack by Russia and that this war is our war. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, just got up and a few months ago and said, this is not our war. Well, it is our war. And let me quote you what Trotsky wrote when he was a war correspondent: you may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. And Russia's been at war with Europe for 20 years, but the Europeans refuse to wake up and understand that. And so does the United States. We've not reformed our production capabilities. We've not learned the lessons of Ukraine. And now we have governments that are afraid even to live up to their own commitments.
Okay, thank you. So, please, now you have time.
Yeah, the question I think was what...
Why are still here?
Why are we still here?
Yeah.
That a little outside my lane on the technology side, but what I will say from a defense technology company side and from all of the others around the West, there is a trend recently in providing Ukraine things that it does not need, that it has not asked for, capabilities that fail. And it's because we are in our own little silo trying to build these complex, expensive things. And so my answer to what should we provide Ukraine, it's what they ask for, because they know best of what they need. And then again, going back to the conversation about developing capabilities alongside Ukrainian defense technology companies, because we are starting to divorce ourselves from those lessons and trying to innovate and build capabilities separate from what is applicable to the battlefield, I think we are becoming less useful in that aspect.
Okay, so from your answer, we can turn into our next block of questions about if NATO countries investing to the right capabilities, knowing that the war transforms probably every month, you know, to a different content, let's say. And okay, so if the Western countries, Western industries provide with technologies Ukraine, which is not needed, isn't it the same with ourselves?
Is it a problem? Yeah. Michael said earlier, the first step of recognizing or addressing your problem is recognizing that you have one. I think some of the exercises, Hedgehog or SEAL 2025 was brought up on the last panel of, NATO has a very orderly doctrinal way of conducting war. And a small team of Ukrainians with drones were able to disrupt that. I tell my friends who are, tank commanders in the U.S. who are going through their exercises, I wish we would bring a small team to actually go force on force in a simulated war game type environment to see how fragile your capabilities and plans actually are, because I think it would surprise them. The saying is, show me your budget and I'll show you your priorities. And so I think what we choose to spend our money on is indicative of how serious and how real we are taking the threat. If we're spending it on these, Terminator next-gen capabilities, I hate that because next-gen just means it's not here yet. Like, I would much rather spend money, as a taxpayer, on defense capabilities that are applicable right now to the threat that I've got. And I don't know if NATO is doing that. The thing I'll end with is not just budget, but organizationally. I spoke before about the unmanned regiments and their ability across domains, right? You have air, ground, the maritime drone capability and what it's been able to do to the Black Sea fleet. All of those are, it's money, it's doctrine, it is organization and training of individuals. I can't imagine the amount of training that goes into high quality drone warfare units. I don't know that NATO is putting effort to that at all. I don't know if the United States is, but I think we need to.
Okay, thank you. And I'm looking at Mr. Anders. Do you feel that your government invests to right capabilities right now?
As a taxpayer in Sweden, I of course agree with everything that the government does, especially investments in Saab. No, I will actually maybe not answer it only through the Swedish lens, but at least first take another bite at it. I think there is a risk that, given how the war is right now on the battlefield in Ukraine, that some conclusions might be drawn too fast. I remember in the early days in the sort of Battle of Kiev, there were certain systems that were very much appreciated and made a lot of media. Back then, I remember that most Western countries, they went to this company and wanted to buy everything from them. The last 3 years, we haven't seen that system. So we need to be careful when we do draw conclusions or do lessons learned from a battle that is still ongoing. The second one, I think, answer to your previous question is more that I think that the NATO countries, they need to be more ambidextrous compared to what they are today. They're focusing, I think, too much on these, what I said earlier about having long-term plans, then setting the requirements day one, and then maybe day 1,000 they will get the systems. They need to be able to both buy these larger platforms, larger systems, the more traditional, if you want, in order to have some sort of escalation control and deterrence. But at the same time, they need to invest more in new capabilities, drones, anti-drones, automated battlefield and so on. But in order to do that, all countries need to change the way they operate in the procurement process, because it won't work to do it exactly as we've done it the last 30 years. And that I know, if I then go back to just a short thing about Sweden, which was just introduced during the autumn, that the Swedish Defense Procurement Agency, together with the Swedish Defense Forces, they will now have, I'm not sure exactly what the name will be, but sort of an innovation week, or weeks, battlefield innovation weeks, where they will invite academia, companies, to come and solve hands-on military problems in order to get innovation going, but also to suggest how to produce it. That is one, at least, activity in the right direction.
Okay.
I think that we need to raise a question. He explained how every day, every week, every month, there is something change. They've implemented another weapon, something happened. Now we ask a question: how long does it take to us as a country to take a decision? We are trying to understand what we want. It takes us to take a decision 4 years, then another 1 or 2 years to have the contract. Then after we have this item, we talk about another 4 years. So basically, from the day that we talked about something until we receive it in the battlefield, we're talking about 10 years. Is it relevant? I'm not sure. So I think that we are talking about huge ships, that any turns take a long time, and I'm not sure it's relevant. So yes, we need to take another thought how we operate, how fast we need to take a decision, to implement it. And I don't know if we can do it, but how it's working today is not relevant to the next battlefield. Maybe it's relevant for the, like, computer in house. Let's buy a computer that is 10 years old. It's not relevant. I'm not sure you can connect it to the internet. So we must change it everywhere.
Okay. Mr. Blank, do you hear us?
Yes.
Do you think that NATO is preparing for the war? As it is, like, we hear from the speeches of politicians that there is a real threat of Russia, and we are kind of preparing for the war.
Well, yes, I think they have begun. I think they're at the initial stages, which is spending money, or at least promising to spend money. The problem is that you need to get a credible military capability out of this investment. And the way European defense industry is organized, and my colleagues on the panel know this from their own business experience, it's not organized to fight the kind of war that needs to be fought. There is no idea in Europe of a defense organization, command and control, and a civilian organization that can decide what needs to be produced, where it needs to go, and to set it up fast enough the way we did it in World War II, which is a lesson for everybody. But the real problem is that if the United States, and under Trump this is more likely than not, is not going to participate in NATO, then NATO is useless, to be blunt, because the United States dominates the whole command and control structure and the military forces and the nuclear and support and intelligence and so on. It'll take Europe 5 to 10 years if it sprints to catch up to what needs to be done. And by then it may be too late, because either the next generation after today will be coming in, or the Russians will have already made their move. So I don't think NATO is, as we say in the United States, ready for prime time, and Europe certainly not.
Don't worry, if United States quit NATO, you can take Ukraine and we will everywhere.
Yeah, well, we could take Ukraine and Israel, but that's, that may not be enough.
few moments to addition about Western technologies. Many of them are good, and of course I'm here now like talking direct thing. Some of them are very unpleasant to hear because it's like cold shower. But anyway, I came here to tell true. Of course, we're very glad to have assistance from the Western countries, and only with your help we still can provide such big resistance for Russians and decrease our casualties. Many weapons are good, but generally, like, for example, how must it working? We are regimental main system forces, but we established our own drone school to prepare pilots for ourselves, to be fast, to be more experienced than them after they teaching, not waiting from another military centers. Like they focus it on our specifics, so we prepare pilots. It's retired vets, NGO like, all government certificates. We inside regiment have our own payload laboratory, LOD. We upgrading what we got from the Western countries, what we got from Ukrainians, and because the targets changing, distance of drone changing, and tactic of Russian changing, so like a little boom factory, and Western guys, when they come to us, they shocked, oh my God, do you have it in your own regiment? We sometimes need to have 3 companies to produce such thing, and we take to do something in 1 week when some company needs to have half a year testing, and because we need to be fast, because we need to kill Russian invaders. And also we have a drone laboratory who don't have many money, but we searching from compartments which we can have from government or ask some product companies to upgrade weapons which we already get from Western companies or from Ukrainian to be able. And I am as a regiment commander, I don't need to sit in trenches, but I sometimes went to my first line of teams to see by my own eyes how war will be in future. Because as your country, you think what we need weapon, then you send request to your military. Military send to some agents or maybe your guys who can be present in Ukraine. They send infantry information or ask information from Ukrainian side, or maybe they see something. Then it's going back to some analytical institution, and they prediction for 1 century how it must be. Then product company, some marketplace order to buy something. It's very long period of time. That's why you need to be every time, everywhere, and modern war, like a modern warfield, fully transparent, and everybody knows everything, but you need to be very fast in decision making to produce actual weapons.
By the way, the reason that we are... Sorry.
Yeah, please. Your question. Yeah, Mr. Hodges, please.
Okay. Well, first of all, I hope like hell that Steve Blank does not get killed by an avalanche of paper if it somehow breaks free during the course of this Zoom call. I'm very worried about him. I'm also completely in disagreement with my friend Steve Blank about, if without the United States, NATO is worthless. That is 100% incorrect. If Ukraine has stopped Russia without much help from the rest of us, certainly Europe and NATO without American participation is capable of doing that. Grant agreed with your point about if you want to know what the priorities are, look at the budget. I would also say, look at promotions. When armies promote, if you say you want to be innovative or have risk takers, then let's see if that's who gets actually promoted. Or do you promote people who avoid making mistakes? So I think, and I'm in agreement with you. My question to Major Karras is, what is going on inside Russia? I mean, there are bunches of Russia experts, but I don't think that actually we really know what's going on, how close is society to cracking, or will they ever crack?
Last time I was in Russia in August of 2024 when we invaded Kursk region.
Were they happy to see
I don't know exactly what's going on now. But what is important, I'm like very popular in Ukraine because I have a prediction about Prigozhin surprising half a year before it becomes. And sometimes people looking at me, what are you talking about? What uprising in Russia, Prigozhin, you are mad. And then it becomes, and they call to me, how do you know? Something we can see. I can see things that, and everybody after Prigozhin's uprising, it's not like a constant thing, that they have a very criminal culture in their military. They are based on some money laundering, money stealing. And this system not stable because it's not on some idea. It's like mafia, big mafia. But what is important for them, if they got a good peace for Russia, it means that they put in show to everybody, to China, to Iran, to North Korea, that, look, I just need to fight a little bit more and all European West, they surrender. They tell, oh, Ukrainians tired and we tired of spending money, and Putin said, it's working model. You're thinking I'm a loser, but it's working like brutal power. And if there will be a signal to everybody that that way of dealing policy like Russia not working, it will be very big crisis for this policy, and I think it will be a very short days about such model of imperialism in Russia. Inside country, we know exactly that very big economical problems, and rebuilding all the society and military for very long period of time of modern conflicts. We understand that there is no tanks, small quantity of artillery, but very big drone forces and very big amount of poor, angry and experienced in war people in Russia, and who have no questions where we need to kill if we get money. And I think they will use it in interest not only Russia, maybe Chinese, maybe Iran, to use these guys as mercenaries, as Wagner Group was in Venezuela, in Libya, in Africa, and everywhere. Now the all Russian army is like big private Putin's military army who needs money and who can sell only death. And if it will be like ceasefire on Ukraine, everybody understands why we collect here. It will not be a stop. So, but very important not to have a pause in a war, to have something like a good, neutral or normal peace, and that will end Russia, because inside tensions will be very like explosion.
Okay, Mr. Blank, would you like to reply or to react to Mr. Hodges?
Well, Ben and I are friends, so I understand where he's coming from. I don't mean to say that NATO would be completely worthless, but I do think that the Europeans, because there's no command and control organization in Europe, and because they are disunited, would be strategically unable to use the NATO mechanism in the absence of the United States effectively, even though the Russian army is not able to prevail over Ukraine. It certainly frightens them, as we just saw now with this refusal to commit peacekeepers and so on, and the fact that there is no unified command and control organization outside of NATO, so strategic autonomy is a myth. I do have great concerns, therefore, as to what would happen under the Trump administration, which gives every sign of not wanting to get involved in European security. So that's my response to General Hodges, and I think we'll let it stand there.
In America, when somebody refers to you as their dear friend, they're telling you they're getting ready to completely disagree with you. So,
okay.
Well, we go back a few years, Ben. So.
Okay, thank you. So, okay. Mr. Potts, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your thoughts. My question related with complexity. In our region, I mean, Baltic region, Scandinavian region, or NATO eastern flank. So our geographical situation shows us that sometimes we have heavy rain, heavy snowing, blizzards, and so on. For southern countries, sometimes there are, as we know, desert storms, and so on. My question is now related with drones. Do they operate Are they capable to do everything during such heavy rain, heavy snowing, or during the sandstorms in other countries? What we know sometimes in Iraq territory or in Afghanistan, it's happened. Could you say some words, your thoughts, and how we should combine such situation if it doesn't work? Other forces to use or counter mobility power, how we can to use to keep stable front line and so on in such situation, if you may. Thank you.
Yeah, shortly. My guys, we take part in the war from 2014, and later they visit different countries, also with Western companies, military. I don't know in which status, but on different continents do such job. So we see, no, it was not so modern warfare drones as now, but 2017, 2019 also was. Of course, drones is not exchanging any another kind of weapon. It's only enlarging the disaster of war, was artillery, aviation, tanks, infantry, and now it's drones and like drones carriers, middle strike, deep strike, sea drones, and in other systems. And of course, in some weather, in some conditions, they will not be working. And to have that kind of system that are working, you need to test it. In Ukraine, we have a good weather because we have any conditions. We have like in a summer, like in a little desert, in some regions, in a winter, like heavy winter, foggy, snowy, or anything. Yeah, you exactly correct. Sometimes it's only 5% of all your drones can fly, can be used in a battle. And when something new comes to war zone, enemy cannot fly and you can fly. It was like when we destroy with a British Storm Shadow missile North Korean bunker in Kursk region. There were in air maybe tens of different kinds of ISR drones, Western Ukrainians, and only by my regiment only one kind of drone reached the target and go back. We even request the command we can use it one way because it was very heavy weather. But we to even turn back it was like a miracle. But yeah, it's very good question. And to have such system who will be workable in any conditions is really a bunch of details, and only like to be deep inside warfare you can predict what it will be workable.
My industry answer when you say, does the drone work in these conditions, is to respond with go test it. And pay for the companies that are going to go test it, and pay for the local companies. Don't expect a drone built in Arizona to go work in these conditions. Go fly the drone, crash the drone, find where it breaks. That's awesome. Now you can improve on it. Now you can reward the companies that are improving on it. I think in Ukraine, some of the units will use lard to cover some parts of the drone so that it would work in some of the conditions. Okay. What's the next commercial solution that can simulate that? How do you reward companies and units, like General Hodges said, for innovating, for failing fast and finding that solution? If we can get our procurement systems to that more like software style iterative process, then we'll be better. We'll be fine.
I have a concern that I would like to share with you. We talk about all the time about all the conflict. We are talking about multi-layer. On one hand, on the other hand, multi-domain. This happen at the same time. And my question, okay, we have many assets all around. Do we know how to use them in the best efficient way? I'm not sure. Because I'm thinking about the commander that have all those things, multi-domain attack, multi-domain from his assets, and now we need to take a decision under pressure. Do we know how to deal with it? Do we know what we need to protect ourselves against them? Do we need how to operate with them? I think that we need to think about it because this is some of the lessons learned that we learn, that the surprise will come all over. And now, even we have the assets, we need to think what the assets that we need and how to use them. This is a very problematic issue that need to be talk about it.
And first we have to buy drones and to have drones. Yeah. Yes, one more question, please.
Thank you. My name is Gintaras Labutis. I come from Melaket LT. My surprise for the beginning that there is no Lithuanian expert among the panel
We
members.
don't have drones yet.
Yeah. And then my question goes to Major. Major, you mentioned that besides the main warfighting function, you have a shelf of other functions, training, repair, testing, others. So how does that affect, what's your opinion about that, how to say, structure or the model of the regiment? Thank you.
In Ukraine command, to have actual decisions in this war, sometimes need to close eyes by some disproportion about some structures and do a lot of experiments. There is a lot of things which may be controversial one each another, but we need to go in every way to find like a working solutions. So like every half a year, even in regiment structure, we change like a status of unit, like how large one detachment be, close, or smaller, bigger, some new detachments, like now ground drones almost always need to have in every regiment, because ground drones massively used and some another and very, very big moments. For example, like now our commander-in-chief, he advancing mainly two ways of development, like main ways. First is drone forces, second is specific like assault troops. It's not like big columns of vehicles of infantry, like small mobile group of forces which can be extremely mobile. We send it from like a fire team from one direction to another, and 3 days they already can be in fight. So different tactics are used experimental, and this may be only one way. It's very stressful for military system. And for government, for finance, for Ministry of Defense, stress is maybe the name of this war. But any another way cannot be effective. You cannot predict something for 1 year, 1.5. It's only will be hypothesis. Anyway, anything will be changed.
Okay, we have to wrap up already, and very short one, please.
I don't know how we can do this one short. Would it be helpful for Ukraine if there was another front that NATO was trying to fight on? The Russians have opened another front against NATO, 1,000 cyber attacks a day, drones flying into Poland. 2 Poles were killed 3 years ago. Everybody forgets that NATO allies have been killed in this war. So what with the emerging technologies can we do to go on the offense that NATO or a group of NATO allies would accept the next time Russia does something like this, and they need to be punished so that they stop doing it?
I'm shortly. Thank you for your position. Now we mentioned like a new America's policy, and everybody in stress about it, and maybe it's good. Modern war is a stress, and modern policy, if we have a high temperature of our organism, it means that we react on something bad, and maybe we cannot be in zone of comfort, and need to find some new solutions, have some clashes between each other, but finding something workable, and not sitting like everything okay, but our roof on fire. As we're talking about modern technologies in Russia, anyway, the time now are very dark. Only like true power is a solution. And I think if Russian drones enter Balkan countries, so maybe you need to use some Ukrainian drones from Balkan countries who enter Russia, and you tell it's maybe your Russia drones turn back. That's language they understand. That no jokes now, because if you're gonna be scared, it will only a trap, because you have a behavior of victim. Behavior of victim. As I talked previous, very important moral leadership. It's the most important power.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask you to wrap up a discussion already, and maybe to give one key takeaway from this discussion to the audience, like what should we know and remember from today? So maybe from you, Mr. Anders.
Thank you. I will, besides your question about Swedish taxpayers or decisions, I think Europe especially needs to decide whether we're in war or if it's still peacetime. I believe we're in war, and I think we need to do some changes then in order to actually not only support Ukraine, but also strengthen ourselves to actually deter any further activities from Russia.
I think that we need to understand, be surprised to be surprised. We don't have any time. Nobody will notice you. It will happen one day without any notification. So be prepared, and please, when you are preparing, have a lesson learned from others, that you know what to do before, and when you have a surprise and will have a surprise, how you can have a quick change your mindset and change your plan, because if not, this is the key, to adjust yourself, to be prepared, because you don't have any time to prepare yourself. This will happen any time.
First of all, we, as a military, as a civilian people of Ukraine, we very proud to be a part of Europe, and very proud to have your help in helping to save our lives. We understanding that we protecting Europe because the next victim will be any another country neighboring the Russia. So we are very thankful to you that you give us assistance. But remember that the main weapon in a drone conference and talking about the AI technology, modern technologies, main weapon is your moral level, is your ideology, is your readiness to protect your country, your life, and not to become a victim who will run away to Alaska to hide from Russia. So prepare your yaws, not maybe to fight a war, but to be strong, to take responsibility over their life, a life all over the planet. To create here on this planet cultural civilization, not a robbery, raping and killing and massive genocide like Russia do.
Thank you.
I have to follow that. Okay. The question for Europe and for the United States is not if drones, if AI, robots with guns, it's not if that new technology will impact warfare. It's already happened, it's already done, we're beyond that. The question is, will the procurement systems, will the defense industry, will our policy process be able to adapt at that new speed, at the speed of modern warfare? Because if we do not adapt to the speed of where modern warfare already is, we will be outpaced by those who are adapting.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Blank, your last word.
Yes. The last word is that the West collectively, Europe and the United States, have to understand that they're under attack, that they have to become the arsenal of democracy once again, as was the case for the US and the UK in World War II, and take the burden off of Ukraine, because if we don't come to help Ukraine the way it needs to be helped, things will go badly and the war will go on and on and on. Furthermore, as the political events of this week and the strategic events of this war show, there really is, and here I quote General MacArthur in this case, no substitute for victory.
Okay, thank you
Ukraine
very
has
much.
to win.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for perfect discussion. And big applause to Anders Karp, to Ariel Jonathan, to Major Yevgen Karas, to Graham Schellenberger, and to Mr. Stephen Blank. Thank you very much.
Now we have a short coffee break. We will start the final discussion at 15:30. So be prepared. Boost your energy with coffee.
has been mentioned here numerous times already throughout all these panels, and that's exactly this resilience. Even though before lunch, was it? Yes, before lunch we ended the panel in such a way that I thought, why do we need any more panels if we are all gonna die and soon? So maybe we should just go home and have a beer or something and enjoy what is left for us, as there is nothing much to do if that's already the situation we're facing. So I'm always looking for something more optimistic, and as we had a lot of pessimistic situation assessments already, and we will have probably some more in this panel, but I will still ask my panelists, at least for the end, to come up at least with something positive for us to take home and say that not everything is so bad, and we can actually still sleep maybe a little bit at night. Maybe not too much, but at least a little bit, okay? So with that, I will end my introduction, and I will introduce my distinguished panel. We have with us Dr. Giedrius Česnakas from Institute of International Relations now, yes? Then we also have Dr. Andrzej Kozlowski from Łódź University, and retired Colonel Ray Wojcik from the Saratoga Foundation, and last but not least, retired Major General Veiko Velio Palm, currently with Frankenburg Technology. So, yes. So we'll continue our panel the way we are sitting, and I will start from giving floor then to Giedrius for his introduction.
Okay, thank you. It's a great pleasure to be once again in this conference. I don't know how optimistic I will be, but let's say in the discussions I think we will have some optimistic outcomes, at least in the longer term, I hope. So I kind of titled my presentation Total Defense Beyond Slogans, Hard Questions for Frontline Nation, because when we talk about total defense we usually address the same slogans all over, but we have to look deeper into what's going on. So basically, my opening remarks on total defense, public-private cooperation, industrial readiness, and societal resilience. I will focus on 4 challenges that we must confront honestly if we are serious about defending frontline state. These challenges are not theoretical. They concern our political culture, our societal habits, our infrastructure preparedness, and industrial strategy. Together, they determine whether total defense remains a slogan or becomes a lived reality. First challenge lies at the political level. We often speak about societal resilience as if it were something autonomous, something that emerges organically from the civic virtue or patriotic statements. But society does not function in isolation. It reacts to signals, it interprets narratives, it observes behavior at the top. And there is a political trickle-down effect from the political leadership to the public confidence. When senior political actors question in the short-term political advantage the need to invest in defense capabilities or resilience, these consequences go far beyond the partisan debate. Such narratives legitimize skepticism, amplify marginal voices, and unintentionally reinforce informational and cognitive pressures directed at own state. Even more corrosive are perceptions of corruption or misuse of defense resources. Once mistrust spreads, it is not easily contained. And without trust between society and the state, resilience becomes hollow. We cannot expect society to stand firm in crisis if political leadership appears divided, inconsistent or self-serving. For this reason, the resilience must begin at the top, not at the societal level. Just as soldiers train regularly for uncertainty, political leaders must also exercise decision-making under crisis situation. Strategic level exercises involving the president, prime ministers, ministers, parliamentarians, and security institutions should not be exceptional events, but a routine practice. In moments of real uncertainty, only practiced leadership performs with confidence. The second challenge concerns society itself. Total defense requires participation and not passive observation. Preparedness is not created by statements, it is created by repetition. Some countries institutionalize this through national defense days, mobilization checks, shelter inspections, and civil defense exercises that involve broad segments of the society. In our case, however, most citizens have never participated even in the basic civilian safety drill. Think of fire drill. How many of you participated, or how many institutions did that in the recent year, and you will know the answer. We briefly discussed the evacuation bags at the beginning of Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine, but the conversation faded. In practice, even assembling such a bag remains unclear for the many citizens, as finding recommended items is often unnecessarily complicated. Believe me, I tried to do all evacuation bag. That was not an easy task and took a lot of time. Preparedness must become normalized. It should be visible in public spaces, supported by retailers, embedded in school routines, and reinforced through regular exercises. Today, a large part of society remains untouched by the concept of total defense. At present, institutional contradictions persist. Society is encouraged to prepare, yet regulatory frameworks sometimes make practical preparation difficult. For example, in the area of medical stockpiling. One ministry says that you must have stockpiled medicines crucial for your health for, let's say, unknown situations and you know, to have them. The other institution says we cannot provide you more than for X number of days. So, you know, where those contradictions are not aligned for the total defense approach. If readiness is not practiced, it will not exist when needed. Muscle memory cannot exist without muscle or without memory. The third challenge concerns critical infrastructure. Here lies the lessons from Ukraine are very clear. Modern warfare systemically targets heat plants, electricity grid, water and sewage infrastructure. Drone swarms and missiles strike not only at military units, but also at the very foundations of the civic life. We must ask ourselves uncomfortable questions. Are our largest cities truly prepared to sustain infrastructural attacks? Are heat, electricity and water plants sufficiently protected? Is separate capacity available? Are rapid repair mechanisms tested? Do municipalities have realistic plans for evacuation and redistribution during winter? What happens if the city's heating system is disabled in January and citizens are relocated to another city and the infrastructure of that city is also destroyed? What then? And basically the answer is that we will have to search for the shelter in the rural areas, returning back to the roots, so to speak. Infrastructure resilience requires more than investment. It requires scenario planning, coordination, and repeated testing of restoration algorithms. Yet, national debate on critical infrastructure protection remains limited. Silence should not be mistaken for security. The fourth and final challenge concerns defense industry development. And what I will say today might be a bit controversial, sound a bit controversial, but Expanding defense industry capacity in Lithuania makes strategic and economic sense. It strengthens supply chains, enhances cooperation with allies, and creates jobs. Good and nice things. However, we rarely ask what would happen to these facilities in the event of large-scale invasion. Lithuania's geography is compact, it's not Ukraine size. In a concentrated air and drone campaign, defense industrial facilities would likely be among the primary targets alongside military infrastructure. If they are destroyed early in the conflict, their strategic value evaporates. We therefore face a difficult but necessary dilemma. Should key maintenance and production facilities be concentrated within national territory, accepting the risk of destruction, or should part of this capacity be distributed beyond our borders, accepting logistical complexity in exchange for survivability? For a frontline state, this is not an abstract economic calculation. It is a question of continuity under fire. Strategic geography cannot be ignored. Underlying all four challenges is a broader issue: mindset. We have not fully internalized what it means to be a frontline state. Too often we think in peacetime administrative categories rather than wartime realities. Total defense requires a shift from comfort-based planning to realism-based planning. It requires acknowledging vulnerability, practicing uncertainty, and preparing for scenarios we would prefer not to imagine. In the end, total defense is conceptually simple, even if operationally complex. I must trust, I must be ready, I must have necessary means, and the state must prepare for realistic scenarios, not optimistic assumptions. If we adjust our thinking accordingly, total defense can become a credible strategy. If we don't, it risks remaining a internationalized phase. So I stop here. Thank you.
I will give floor right away to our Polish colleague, as I understand you will continue with the same theme, more or less. So please, floor is yours, Anthony.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. What I wanted to talk about in this short speech is how my country is actually trying to build a resilient society, and why it's not, unfortunately, these attempts are successful. But first of all, and first question we should ask ourselves is, why actually it's so important to build a resilient society today? Because if we are going to invest resources to do something, it's good to know why we actually need it, especially in the case of security and defense, which is very important. So in the context and in the contemporary conflict, and I just wanted to stress because it's a conflict with Russia, Russia targeted our societies. Not exactly our military, I mean, I'm talking about NATO and the European Union, but mostly the society is a target. And here in Poland, for example, the only country which sidelined with the three sides of the war, the victim of the aggressor Ukraine, the aggressor Russia, and the brother in aggression Belarus. So we are the only country. 90% of the help to Ukraine goes through Poland. I'm not only talking about the military aid, but also humanitarian aid and etc., economic aid and etc. And also we have a lot of examples of how Poland was actually affected. In case of the sabotage, last sabotage on the train infrastructure, only a miracle or luck saved many people in the train. In our case, we had a catastrophe similar to this, which happened in Spain last time. We have arsons, including arson in one of the biggest magazines in Warsaw, 5-6 kilometers from the place where I lived. We have cyber attacks. Last December, cyber attacks against our energy system, where it was very close to the blackout for 2-3 million people in December. We have like the organized information operations, which I'm going to tell more. We have, of course, an acts of espionage, the surveillance camera mounted near the railways to Rzeszów, and other so-called hybrid activity aimed at Poland. And the Polish society. So this is the reason why we need to build this so-called resilient society. And unfortunately, we are still far away from the success. And what I wanted to show, if we can play a short video, very short, just 10 seconds.
Mecz trzeciej ligi w Świdniku. Syrena wyje, a reakcja ludzi żadna.
Okay. So, what you watched on the video was the match of the third league, but in the background you heard sirens, an air alert informing that there's a threat of an attack from the air. Probably the first alert in Poland since the Second World War. But as you watch this movie and see the reaction of the people, who cares? We are just continue playing football because it's much more important. Why people reacted in that way? It was actually in the two Polish cities, Świdnik and Chełm, 20 kilometers from the Ukraine, and the situation was that it was an air attack against Ukraine, but there were also the Russian-Belarusian military exercises during in the Belarus. There were like the NATO planes in the air. So it was a context of this situation, and the authorities of these two cities decided to use the sirens. So maybe the reason is that 75% of the population in Poland doesn't recognize the different alarms. They don't know how the alarm again from the for example signalizing the air alert sounds. What is even more problematic, even if you hear this kind of the signal in the Polish city, mostly it's a signal of either some kind of the random test of the system, or maybe that we have like the anniversary of the uprising, war, and etc., or other important event. No one, for example, really thinks that it could be a signal of the real threat. So this is the anecdote, of course, this video, but it's supported by the statistic. We unfortunately have more statistics which are, let's say, not talking good about the preparedness of the Polish society. For example, 80% of the population doesn't know the location of the shelters. 70% of the population, however, believes that Russia is a threat. So Polish people are aware that Russia is a threat, but they are not prepared to somehow find a shelter or to find our safety place in case of an attack. So what the government actually did? We are unfortunately very, very delayed with our reaction because I think last month there was a safety guide sent to every household. 20-30 pages of the basic information about basic measure of security, what you need, for example, to have in the backpack when you so-called evacuation backpack. However, there's no confirmation how many of the safety guide was read, what was the reaction of the people. There's no outcome of this action. We don't know. The government, I mean, I don't know, but there's a problem that the government also doesn't know this thing. There are, like, for example, photos that this kind of the safety guides are only on somewhere in the trash, even not unpacked because it was in the envelope. However, it may be just one or two photos used in the propaganda purposes. I don't know because there's no governmental statistic. Second issue, there was like a launch of the shelter application. So you can install on your smartphone shelter application or go on the website where you should find the nearest shelter. It's based on the GPS, on your location, and it shows you the shelter. And the interesting thing is not only shelter against the threats like air attacks, but it's also the shelters when you use like a flood, fire, or something like this. So there's like many shelters. When it was a premiere of this application, there was a shutdown of the website because there were too many people who wanted to actually test it. The next problem we have in Poland, only 4-5% of the population has an access to the decent, proper shelter. For example, unfortunately, the metro in the Warsaw couldn't be used as a shelter because it's too shallow. So the government started to do something in 2026, 4 years after the large-scale invasion, even more than the start of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. There's a kick of the shelter modernization program, 400 million euro. There is also a program, population protection and the civil defense program for 2025-2026. And within this plan, there is a certain activities planned, like, for example, creating a network of warehouses, magazines, stocked with medical supplies and food. Today, I read the information that such warehouses and magazines were created in Warsaw. There should be also training programs for employees and civil servants. And when I worked for the government, there was an offer, for example, to such a training programs. Later, you wanted to, for example, learn how to operate the drone or like the first aid, or how to, for example, drive a lorries. I can confirm that in my institution it actually was. There are educational campaigns in the media and the schools, and of course the safety guide is a part of this educational campaign. And I think that one of the most interesting things is to set up so-called civil defense corps. This is idea now. I mean, this is like in the process of forming. Every volunteer may enlist to the civil defense corps. Of course, if you are not like the criminal or, but for most of the people it's accessible. But there is also like the special focus on the firefighters and or the police officers, border guards, etc. So this is like the actions in the real world. But because most of my career I spent dealing with this one. So building resilient society is not only about real world. It's not only about the shelters, being aware of the air alerts, but it's also being aware of the digital world. We live in a digital world. It's simple as that. And we have a real problem in Poland because, first of all, since the collapse of communism in Poland, we haven't had a real pro-Russian party in the Polish parliament. And what is like surprising for me is that when actually 70% of the Polish society treated Russia as a threat, we have a real chance that in the next election, this pro-Russian party will get 10% of votes and it will be fourth power in the Polish parliament. Why? This is a very good question. This is a part of the disinformation issue. And also this information issue is start the large-scale invasion aimed at the Ukrainian minority in Poland. And unfortunately, very effective, as you can see, the numbers, 2022, support for accepting Ukrainian refugees, 94%, 2025, 48%. So this is like a real problem, and because I'm running out of time, if you have questions, I will try to explain you and what can we do here in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and now we will continue more with Poland, yes?
Yeah, what an honor to be back here at the Vilnius Security Forum. I guess I didn't do too bad last year, and Vaidotas said I could come back. Thank you. And yeah, we'll continue on a little bit with Poland, and what I'd like to talk about a little bit about building total defense, societal support through the military lens, what the Polish army is doing. And so one of the things I think we need to consider is for Poles, I think for any ally, especially on the eastern flank, the backbone of total defense and the backbone of societal resilience has to do with the military capabilities, because if you don't have the military ready and prepared to go to war and defend the front lines or wherever those lines might be, then there's a lack of confidence in the society, and therefore we have an insecurity sense across the nation, a morale problem, and then, as Andrzej pointed out, in Poland, there's many structural problems still in the system. So with that in mind, we'll talk a little bit about the military. We'll also want to talk about the defense industry side of this, and a little bit about the economic energy security with Poland. So starting at the top, and Andrzej was just alluding to a little problem in the party system, but I think also it's worth noting anybody that lives on the eastern flank or probably in Europe is aware that there's a difficult situation in Warsaw with the government and the president. In the Polish context, the president has a pretty significant role. It's not a ceremonial president, and he's very involved in politics. Because of this, if you want to start to say, societal resilience starts at the top, that's where you need to have the best example. And we don't always have the best example in the way those two large parts of the Polish government work together. Thankfully, on security and defense, they are mostly aligned on this, but there's definitely some challenges at the governmental level, which has an impact on overall societal resilience. So the Polish military, just to give you a little snapshot of what they're doing, 170 billion over 15 years, 5% GDP spending, growing to 500,000 total. It'll be the third largest military in NATO by the time they get done. They're learning the lessons of Ukraine, and there's a lot of emphasis on drones and air and missile defense and artillery. Those are the biggest lessons. And Poland hosts the NATO Center for Lessons Learned from Ukraine, which is also very important, because the proximity of Ukraine and Poland, and then the size of those forces, especially when the war comes to an end, and we hope soon, that means that Poles and the Ukrainians have a great opportunity to work together to develop their capabilities for future war and help the rest of Europe in that way. Poland's focused on armor, maneuver, fighter jets, and they're also in the reserve system, and this gets closer to societal resilience. They put a program together to train hundreds of thousands of volunteers to give them some level of basic training. As well, 8 years ago, Poland started the Territorial Defense Force, which was a significant step. They didn't initially want to do this because there was a territorial defense force under the communist period. And so doing anything that sounded like we're repeating communist mistakes didn't resonate with the Poles. But they put this in place. It's now 50,000. There's 17 brigades across Poland, light infantry brigades. They augment the Polish armed forces, and they're connected to society. That's the important thing. And they're part of the government's effort to help with societal resilience by offering training engagement with those brigades from all those points that Andrzej made, whether it's first aid, how to recognize if there's somebody doing something unusual in your community, which has been happening in Poland with Russian spy networks. And especially when you think about what Poland is doing on the eastern flank, which mirrors what the Baltic states are doing with the Baltic Defense Line, Poland established a program called Eastern Shield. And Eastern Shield is basically to cover a defensive perimeter or defensive line from the Belarusian border through Kaliningrad to offer better capabilities to enforce deterrence by denial if there is a Russian cross-border attack or Russian attack. And this is what, speaking of deterrence and denial, just make this point I made earlier about we don't do deterrence by punishment right now, and we should be doing both. We're trying to deter by denial. We're trying to enforce for defense, but at the same time, the Russians are already on the attack against NATO, but we're not doing anything on the punishment front. It's like General Hodges said, we do a lot of crime scene investigations, and a lot of we're going to monitor more, but we're not doing something to punish the Russians. There's been this border migration problem going on for the last several years from 2021. We forget the 2022 full-scale invasion actually starts in 2021 with Russia orchestrating these migration waves across from Belarus into Poland and Lithuania, eventually Latvia, which ties up Polish military to support the border guard. And by the way, the Polish military is also in a new program, again, to make this society more resilient, all across Poland, reinforcing critical infrastructure. There's 10,000 Polish soldiers, cyber warriors, active duty infantrymen all over Poland on the train system and trying to monitor and prevent a Russian attack in that way. The civilian military coordination is a focus, but it needs to improve, and the Poles are trying to work on that. They're also doing training in the schools in the high school level, junior high and high school level, and the universities. The Polish military, the territorial defense, are going to those locations to help in the preparedness, societal awareness of the threat, and also to train them and to get them interested in the military. And then finally, the Suwałki corridor, as General Hodges framed it some years ago, the Suwałki corridor, there's been this recent discussion where Lithuania has offered to Poland a way to make an international training area, basically a cross-border training area. This is also part of developing deterrence capabilities, but internationally and across the border. It's very close to the Belarusian border where this is proposed, and it also is offering or will enhance the lives of the people in that area. Some might complain about the noise, but the people in the proximity of this border region already hear the guns and artillery constantly coming from the Belarusian side. So strengthening societal resilience in a small microcosm area, and then also enhancing deterrence with this cross-border ability of a Polish brigade, for example, could mobilize, go up to the Polish side of this border, cross quickly into Lithuania to practice defending Lithuania, should Lithuania be attacked. So finally, I'll just move over to defense industry. There's a lot of talk lately about this SAFE program at the European Union that Poland has received or been authorized to receive the most funds for. There's a mixed sense in Warsaw, I think I should say, and this is an example where the government and the president disagree about the best approach to arming Poland. But this type of program, it's 45 billion approximately for Poland, is significant. That's 2 years worth of procurement funds for the Polish normal defense budget. But it's limited. The Poles can only spend it on European focused projects. But there are significant European projects that the Poles need to spend money on. But this also offers the ability to strengthen Polish defense industry and also as job security for additional Poles. Poland has a significant capability in aviation support. There's probably not a military aircraft in the United States Air Force that doesn't have some components or parts that are not made in Poland. So Poland has sort of this latent legacy capability, and it can be sort of rebooted or restarted with more investment. The other thing about defense industry, this is something I've argued for some time now. The U.S. created this AUKUS group, the UK, Australia, the United States, specifically to create an environment in defense industry and quickly between nations to trade technology solutions. This is the kind of thing that we should be looking at to do with Poland. Poland is a significant purchaser, the most significant purchaser of U.S. defense equipment, almost in all of Europe, but almost on the planet. And then finally, I just will say on the energy front, Poland has had some significant wins in the last several years to become more energy resilient. A lot of that's tied in with Lithuania and the Baltic states with the electric grid connection, the LNG connections. These are all good signs. There's more work to do on that front, but that's part of giving confidence to the society that they have energy security. They don't have to rely on Russia anymore. I'll end there.
Perfect, thank you very much. And now we'll give floor to Veikko Veljo to
Thank you very much.
Round up our discussion.
Last and least, sorry, I don't have much to add, but I'll keep talking nevertheless. And I'll rephrase everything that has been said, and great stuff has been said, honestly. But I would like to kind of go back a little bit on the more generic level, or, pun, or more on general level, and think about, well, we are talking that we are in the war with Russia, in hybrid war, but what is hybrid war? And with all those preparations we are doing, where sometimes it seems for me we are missing this whole bigger picture. The bigger picture is that I actually Googled this, used AI. I discovered that I asked AI, what are the values of Western society? And the AI said 3 things: individual liberty, democratic governance, and rule of law. And those are exactly the things that are constantly being attacked by hybrid warfare. That's a point of hybrid warfare. So you undermined the resilience of society by undermining people's trust in governmental institutions, and you're undermining people's trust in those values. And those values actually matter. Those are not just words. And hybrid warfare does attack those values, attack seams between values, but one of the things to go more practical of the hybrid attacks and hybrid warfare is to keep military away from military stuff. That is one of the really, really important things in the hybrid warfare. We discussed that briefly yesterday. So in 2021, the refugee attacks, refugees as weapon systems, against Lithuania first, and then Poland did exactly that. Poland deployed its military to its eastern borders, in a situation where almost all military bases were in the western side of the country, meaning all the equipment was on the western side, all the training area was on the western side, and military personnel was on the eastern border. So it means that artillerymen were separated from their equipment, air defense separated from their equipment, and losing training ability every single day, every single week. So this is successful hybrid warfare. So we have heard the saying that militaries fight battles and societies fight wars, something like this, or
similar. And I struggled a lot to understand what that actually means. And then some 15 years ago, I was deployed in Afghanistan, and one brilliant British general who had brilliant mind, by the way, General Hodges knows him very well, his boss, he was talking about governance at the tip of the spear in the context of military operations, governance at the tip of the spear. And there was one diplomat, US diplomat, very, very experienced in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and he always said, that's good, but do not forget the spear. So the spear is a mass that gives the power for the tip of the spear. And societies have to fight the war that the military is at the tip of the spear. And then what is the spear itself? So those are our values, but especially rule of law. The rule of law is important because the gray zone or the hybrid warfare, whatever we are talking, it's super complicated. Peace is easy. We are very happy with peace. We have legal systems, everybody, happy. War is easy, and do not get me wrong. I mean, from the sense like, you unify the nation, you have one purpose, you forget all the details, and war is really easy to fight. The problem is a gray zone in between, because every decision you make goes into one of those three values: personal liberties, democratic society, rule of law. Lithuania wants to expand training area, or want to build a new training area near Suwalki corridor. This is an easy task, right? And everybody understands how aggressive Russia is and so on and so forth. Why is it not easy? Because it immediately goes into this personal liberty. How much power government has to take away my property, to say what I can do and what I cannot do. So that slows everything down and everybody down. So in addition to all those marvelous concrete things, I think we need to have wider discussions in the society, and not only discussions, but through rule of law. Rule of law protects us as a shield, but it also forces lazy parts of the society to do more. And it has to be very, very clear who does what. So there has to be individual responsibilities in the time of crisis. There has to be community responsibilities in the case of crisis. Well, we talked about what needs to be in your backpack, but there has to be also probably cases like, do we need to build shelters in the new apartment houses? Studies show that it will add 2 to 10% to the apartment price cost. So who pays for that? It's really, really relevant question in the democratic society. If you buy an apartment for 200,000, why should I pay 20,000 more to have a shelter that government demands from me? But those are this kind of small details that will slow us down. So individual responsibility, community responsibility, governmental branch responsibility. And then we come to two different and very, very difficult tasks. And we heard that yesterday and today from our Ukrainian friends. It is the vital service providers' responsibility. So how much responsibilities actually our power grid service providers have, our communication providers have? Do they have power and responsibility to use lethal power against lethal force, against the drone attacks, for example? And again, small details, who pays for that? And then defense industry responsibility. So we talk about how slow government is and how, defense industry want to do other things. But what we need to have is also a guarantee that when crisis starts, war starts, industry will be right there beside the soldier, right there in the foxhole, and trying to make their weapons and weapon system better. So burden sharing, clear responsibilities, and who pays, and those are not really small questions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were saying that you don't have what to say, but you said all the most important things, yes. So even reminded me that saying that once you have nothing to say, then you keep saying it, and it becomes poetry. So, which is a very important thing to have in our dark world, yeah. So thank you all the panelists for this first informative round. And let me start the discussion session then from asking a question myself. So we had quite a few points already made here, and just to try to put the puzzle together. So with all these elements, how would you say your ideal of a resilient society looks like? And if we are talking of a society which is made of real people, not angels or gods. Please, who would like to start?
You always talk more.
Please.
So I think there is no ideal society, and that's the beauty of our society. It's normal Western society is so different that left, right ends are very, very different. There are very little things that are uniting. Nevertheless, I think the way society works, I'm jumping from subject to subject, everything works, is like 10% believe something strongly on one side and 10% something strongly on the other side, and 80% is kind of, tilting this way or that way. We have to fully tilt everybody to be prepared way. That is important. I think it is important to achieve the aim that every one of us, every family, every small community, and every branch can take care of themselves for some time. So this is really measurable thing. If a person and a family can be self-sustainable for 72 hours, and if every apartment house can be self-sustainable for 96 hours, that already buys time for higher level decision makers to take things calmly even when there is a sudden, massive, unexpected crisis. So, and that doesn't need to have much. So you have to have stick on one hand, but carrot on the other hand. Carrot could be governmental incentives to build those resilient mechanisms in the apartment houses. So, for example, in the apartment houses, you should have at least one generator to charge your mobile phone. You should have around 400 liters of water. You should have 1 or 2 portable toilets, and so on and so forth. So things are really simple that you need to have in every apartment building. And they will not cost very much money. So the carrot part would be that government pays half for that, and the apartment building or the people actually who live in the apartment building pays the other one. So kind of measurable, simple things, and the main aim of the first step is to free the higher echelons, give them more time for decision making and trying to understand what is going on. Otherwise, we are constantly in a situation that even small crisis happens and everybody is kind of there. Right.
Thank you. That's a really good point about this kind of state-society interaction, that it's not everything just dropped on the citizens, so to say, especially water. Okay? Yes, please.
Okay, I will add a couple of points. Of course, I totally agree with what you said, but I think so that resilient society is also the society who, for example, knows worries like how to behave in a certain danger, in a certain disaster. They knew where they can find this shelter. This is They knew how, for example, to react on the certain alerts and what the alert means. They also understand certain, and they are able to recognize disinformation in the infosphere. So they are not easily manipulated by the Russians, and not only Russians, of course. But also there's like important linkage that to most of this, to build a resilient society, you need also to close cooperation with the government and also the trust of the government, which I see is one of the biggest challenges now, especially by looking at this from the Polish perspective. And last but not least, also some kind of the self-awareness of the population. That, for example, maybe if you live near the critical infrastructure and you live there for 15 years and you spotted some new people who are like they're walking around or they observing, taking photos, they some specific behavior, you know that it's something you should, for example, communicate to the police or to the whole security services, because like with the sabotage on the trains in Poland, you are not able to monitor by the government. The government is not able to monitor all the train network in Poland. So this is also the need for help from the society. That yes, we are living in such dangerous time, and our enemy is our enemy who wanted to somehow hit us, and it will be much easier if we also somehow trying to observe our environment, and if there are like the changes, dynamic changes, something new, inform about these changes. And I think so it could really help to build up the security of the society and the country.
I'll just add a couple just small points. So I grew up in the era that General Hodges was talking about in California, where I grew up. We were trained from the lowest level of school what to do if there was a nuclear attack. Now, getting under your small desk at the elementary school, if there were a nuclear attack, I don't know if that would have saved us, but we did have a sort of civilian approach to civil defense going on back then. We had a bomb shelter in our backyard where I grew up. That was a decision my father made. He was in the military, and he decided from his perspective the threat was big enough that he was going to do that. Not everybody had that. So in Poland, I think what should be done is first, there has to be better strategic communication. So there's been several warnings that have come to the Poles over our phones when there has been a drone or let's say a drone attack. And there's been other times when the F-16s have been scrambled for other reasons, that there's an alert notice from the Polish military, the operations command. But there needs to be a better drumbeat from the national level to make people understand, as you said, what the threat is. And then I think it has to be executed, like you're talking about, at the local level. So some overarching understanding provided about the threat, and where the government is to support the Poles, and then on top of that, execution at the regions, at the cities, at the county level. And there is, for example, in Poland, just last point, a really cool network of volunteer fire departments. And there are lots of civilian organizations that are naturally fitted to be part of this. So it just needs to be done.
So I can chip in as well. I think, well, colleagues discussed many elements, but however, I think when we talk about total defense, first of all, we have to have prepared military reserve who knows where exactly to go in the shortest period of time. If there is a, possibility of the attack. Because if those in the reserve don't know what to go exactly where they should be, so half of war is already lost. So other things do not actually matter, or matter less. Then, so after that, of course, we can dissect into individual level what skills individuals must have, first aid, whatever, to help their neighbors closer community. Then the second is, of course, and of course the state, the institutions, the coordination between institutions. And I must say that, well, the challenge is that institutions still do not see whole institutions still do not see their own responsibilities in the total defense, because they see that Ministry of Defense gets 5.38% for the defense increased capabilities of the army, of the presence of the allies, and they look at them and say, okay, we need to fix roads, we need to add something to school curriculum, give us the money. No, responsibility is a whole state responsibility, whole, ministries have to be responsible, whole of the municipalities in this, and usually we try to forget and see that, okay, this is the responsibility of the one institution, and that's really bad approach. And the final thing is that we have to accept that in the initial phase of the attack, there will be a huge loss. Nobody will know what to do. Society will be lost. A lot of people will be moving without clear plan. So the only approach is to exercise, to train at different levels. Let's do every month, fire drill at least, as you mentioned, in your schools. This doesn't hurt. Well, in some cases, traumas might appear. But overall, we have to begin to have those skills of decent reaction to, as the sirens went, we have to have this internal motor. And if we don't train, we don't have this approach.
I'll add quickly. I think you hit exactly the point when we talked from the individual side, the preparedness, but from the governmental side, there has to be clear law, and some countries have it. I'm not pointing fingers at any Baltic country direction, but some Baltic countries have it. So the clear law is that the governmental institutions will continue doing whatever they do through all the phases of, whatever happens. You still are responsible for this part. Then the second thing is that, and military slowly realize that, preparedness costs money. Preparedness is hugely expensive. If you say that one unit goes to the field in 1 month, it costs you something. But if you say, I need that to be in 24-hour readiness, it's hugely more expensive. And the same applies to the civilian part. There is no difference. So we have to find money from somewhere. So it's not for free. But one additional point I want to add about resilience, it's continuation is extremely important thing, in my opinion, in resilience. So what I mean by that is that we should have the similar services and processes in the peace, crisis, and war. So if during the peace, we, in most of the countries, do, this is our main tool, right? Then this has to be also our main tool during crisis and war. It means that somebody has to upkeep the web pages under the attacks. Somebody needs to upkeep the electricity that we would charge our phones and do all our payments. Somebody needs to upkeep the communication networks and so on and so forth. So those are also extremely vital things, because it doesn't work this way that we say that, okay, we are electronical and e-societies, and when crisis starts, we turn into paper. This is not going to work, and this would create a total mess.
Thank you. 2 out of 3 points were very much linked with the parliament as we are here, so it's very good that you reminded our parliamentarians what they should work on. Clear laws and money to implement them. So we have a couple of minutes still for questions. I see already Ben Hodges raising hand, so please ask the first one.
So first, the sense of urgency we've been talking about, I still don't understand why Rail Baltica is not completed. I mean, if this was really urgent, that goddamn railroad would have been finished years ago. So anyway, my question is to General Palm on two parts. First, you bring up an excellent point about shelters. If it's a requirement, who pays for it? Finland, I think it is a requirement. Does the government do that, or does whoever builds the apartment building, who pays for that? I'm sure, I would imagine the cost is passed on to the tenants. And maybe also General Tsur might address in Israel, if everybody's required to have a safe room or something, who pays for that? My second question to General Palm is, I know Estonia does good mobilization exercises that I have wanted to see in Lithuania, but I haven't seen them. What is the frequency? What is the scale of what Estonia does? Thank you.
Thank you. The first question is really easy. Finland is, I think, also our role model. So they have had this no house without shelter policy for not very long, but kind of 100 years. But their understanding is that it adds 2 to 10% of the total cost of the house. And this is, of course, passed to the owners. So government pays nothing for that. But there is a clear requirement, and there is a societal acceptance that this is a good thing to do. The second is Estonian military, wartime military, is currently around 45,000 soldiers, and Estonia uses 60,000 soldiers to man 45,000 or 43,000 slots. Kind of, it fluctuates a little bit, but let's say 45,000. But every unit is overmanned, and majority of them are reservists. Out of this 60,000 people, you have 4,000 people who are regular soldiers. Some call them professionals. We strongly deny that. Also, our reservists are professionals. They are regular soldiers. And there are some 10 to 15,000 who are called volunteer reservists. But basically, they are members of what is a rifle union here in Lithuania, or Semersādze in Latvia, or our defense league. So majority of them are ordered reservists. So how often we conduct and how many people are involved, it fluctuates from year to year. I think the peak was in 2023 when we called 30,000 people, and they are all not just reservists, but organized in units. So you're always part of certain unit, you are trained as a unit, and you're kept in reserve as a unit. But in the past years, it has always been more than 10,000 people a year out of this 43,000. So you call you man 10,000 slots out of 43,000. And then we organize, in addition, the SNAP exercises, which normal exercise is 120 days prior. You get notification and so on and so forth, so you can prepare. But SNAP exercises are no warning exercises. They normally start with a governmental exercise, and then government issues decree, because by rule of law, actual government has to do these SNAP exercises. Just to give you an example of the speed, and not bragging at all, but it is too slow, I understand. But when I was a brigade commander and one of my infantry battalions was called, then to get everybody in from their civilian jobs, taxi drivers, teachers, plumbers, whatever they did, to get into a mobilization depot, to get clothing, weapons, unit level equipment, they had to move 100 kilometers to the training area and started zeroing the weapons. So first shots of the first company of this infantry battalion were fired 40 hours after a governmental degree. And I know it's slow and it's cumbersome, but it is what we have. I was joking, the last part.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure there is nobody here who can tell you why Rail Baltica is not running yet. But we have time for one more question and one more question. Yes, please. Suggestion.
Public awareness to emergency situation. What I humbly advise or suggest, why don't you, MOD, send a delegation for study for 1 week to Israel, and you will learn from our experience. It will cost you nothing, except 5 seats in lot, but you will learn how to manage these issues of public awareness. Where is the shelter? What to do if there is no shelter? We have plenty of experience, and there is no reason that you will not learn from us.
Should I treat it as an invitation? Should I treat it as an invitation? I mean, I totally agree, and Israel is many times used as a model, but I'm just a university employee, and it's not up, for example, unfortunately to me, to decide where we should look for the let's say good practices and knowledge. And Israel for sure is like one of the best destinations to look for such an building of whole infrastructure. So thank you for this short information. But yes, I'm. If it helps, I hope so. I really hope that we should use every possible tool, because it's very important. I mean, these figures are from 2025, 2024, so it's quite fresh one. It's not like, from the 10 years ago, something like this. Maybe it changed after the campaign, maybe it changed a little bit after the sending this practical guidance, but I don't know. The data was before the campaign, but still, I totally agree with it. This is like very disturbing information and very disturbing numbers.
So thank you very much for this discussion. Our time is up, so I would like, dear audience, to ask you to join me in thanking our panelists. Right, and we give floor back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Asta, for moderating this discussion. And thank you for all speakers who shared their insights today. But now it's time to summarize key insights and offer forward-looking reflections. So it's my honor to invite Major General Retired Sar Tsur. General, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me, of course. And I will share 8 insights of strategical and tactical level of what we have in like the lessons learned from October 7, mainly from October 7. I was at the position of General Staff. I was the commander of the Northern Corps, the Lebanese Corps. And October 7, we all fell. And after we all fell, I think that the main issue is how to continue and to get on your feet and start to win. So this kind of insight I want to share with you. The first and the most important one, and I said a couple of words about it yesterday, it's the strategic surprise. But October 7, we had two surprises. We have the strategic surprise and we have also the tactical surprise. We were surprised. We didn't understand before, and we thought that we have like the best intelligence in the world, that we know exactly what is happening in Gaza Strip, in Lebanon, everywhere. And we know what is the head of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, is doing every minute. But of course, we didn't know anything about what is going to happen. And my words on that is that you have to assume that you will be surprised. Also, 4 years ago, we also saw what Russia is doing on the border, but we didn't believe Russia will do something like she did. So you have to assume that you will be surprised, but you have to say to yourself, never accept the defeat. And if you're surprised, we must be capable to achieving decisive victory after we're surprising. So I believe that, as you can see here, the foundations determine survival, it's not declaration, and we all talk about it on those 2 days. The foundation are the mobilization. I will talk about it in the next slide. Command, logistics, and of course the resilience of course the military and also of course the civilians. And they all must function in the first couple of hours. It was a good question who was functioning and who was not functioning. And also, of course, after that, we were better. The bottom line here is, as you see, I think that a shock does not defeat nations. A weak foundation do. And I think what I'm going to do and to send the next 7 insights are exactly that. The second, and I'm a big believer in the reserve forces. I commanded a couple of reserve units. I commanded the reserve battalion unit, reserve brigade, division. In the IDF, if you want to be a regular commander, you have to first command reserve units. So we know a lot about, of course, the reserve. What I'm saying is the standing forces, the regular forces alone cannot defend a smaller nation. We don't have a lot of men to do that, and also in Europe. And of course, the Baltic countries are small, and you're on, of course, the first line, and I think we share the same challenges with the lack of manpower. As you can see there, I'm not going to read it all, but I think what we fight in 7 fronts. We fight in the war with 7 fronts, and we have like a long-term multi-domain war, and we couldn't win without the reserve, of course. What real reserve system required, first is the mobilization. October 7, we mobilized 300,000 reservists. Tanks, infantry, everyone, everywhere, to the north and to the south, to the Lebanese border and to the Gaza border. We mobilized 300,000 reservists in 24 hours. We also, our units, pre-assigned units with defined mission and update war plan. All our mission, not all, but most of our units were with a defined mission and update their war plans because of that they This is their mission to do that, and they have to do that like a couple of times a year. And of course, the continuous training tied to real war scenarios. We can go like to do something else, but we need to fight like underground facilities. We need to fight urban territories. We need to fight with multi-domain and everything. And you need to get them ready on those. And of course, the integration with the active forces, with the regular army. We integrate our reserve with the regular army. They are working together, side by side, and there is no difference between them. Of course, after this 2 years war, and last but not least, of course, the logistics. The logistics must build to endurance. We didn't plan to fight 2 years. I believe Ukraine also didn't plan to fight 4 years. And logistics is a key component here. So the bottom line, I think that without a professional reserve system, resilience collapsed. I believe that the reserve are the backbone of the national resilience. And if you don't have enough reserve, you have to build reserve. The third insight is we all talked about it on those days. The home front is the front line. And of course, here, future in Europe or future war in Europe or everywhere will be national in scope. Civil defense is decisive. Continuity of government, of course. Infrastructures must be protected. And of course, society must be ready. But must be ready in three things, in the mainly three things: mentally, operationally, and of course, institutionally. And I want to talk about the bottom line here. I believe we can't reach a zero gap readiness between military and civilians. But we need to take this gap and to minimize it to the minimum gap that we can do. We will always have a gap between that, and as we see in Europe, of course, from east to west, the gap is widening because of the threat that there is a hard definition, of course, in the military and in the government, but not all the civilians feel the same. Last, the fourth one is I wrote Ukraine here. I'm an armor guy. Almost all my life, I was an armor commander. I have one slip. I was an infantry and special forces commander. But I believe in heavy platforms. I believe in tanks. I believe that always you need to fight together, infantry and tanks. You know, no infantry soldier in Gaza Strip or in Lebanon can fight alone. He needs to see the tank very close to him. But, of course, we all talk about the transparency of the battlefield, and transparency of battlefield have a lot of things like vision, SIGINT. Vision is physical intelligence, and a lot more. And the lesson that we learn, and those brave soldiers from Ukraine show us every day, that also a large, heavy force can be stopped with a small, high-quality force that combines, of course, precision, speed, and multi-domain war, like a superior understanding, of course, of battlefield. So I believe that I'm a big believer in those heavy platforms, but you can win those heavy platforms with something else. The next one is the multi-domain unit. I call it quality over mass. We also, and you also, have a lack of manpower. And when you have a lack of manpower, you have to build something creative. And something creative is a multi-domain unit. Multi-domain unit in Israel, under my command, there were 2 multi-domain units. Multi-domain units have like 200 special forces guys and between 50 to 70 age quarters. Less than 300 people. But this multi-domain unit is doing missions of a full infantry brigade, like 3,000, 4,000 soldiers. How? With the integration of drones, ground robots, and of course, a very good headquarters that can working on a exposure and strike concept. So this small unit is doing much more than a regular brigade and with 10% of manpower. So I believe in this very, very much, and I will also talk a couple of minutes in the other things. Here I want to add, in Europe there are I-star units, I-star battalions that have the best of exposers capabilities. But we learn that in this battlefield, or like the Americans call it battle space, you don't need just exposers capabilities. You need to have together exposure and strike capabilities, like sensor to shooter, in the same unit. You don't have the time to send someone your intelligence that you saw enemy somewhere. You have to track the enemy and strike him like a minute after. Not 10 minutes, not 15 minutes, not an hour after, because he won't stay there. So all those units made us really good work in Israel, of course. Land. We also talked about this yesterday, but geography does not disappear in war, of course. And we talked about a lot about how you prefer to war, and how you are working, what are you making to the enemy, also like surprises and how you stop the enemy. So you need to work on your terrain, on your geography. And you need to prepare the terrain, mainly to the maneuver, to the tanks, to the APCs, to all those who are coming. And of course, the obstacles are effective only when you are integrated with fire and observation on them. Without that, it's just something on the way. The 7 insights, I think it's a really, I love it very much. I love this insight very much. But when I was head of the planning department on the ground forces, I also deal with that. But as a commander at the Northern Corps, we need to have like a vertex, the 3 vectors that must align together. The first, of course, is the plans. If you plan an amazing plan, but your capabilities is like half the way, you didn't do anything. Also, if you have amazing capabilities and your plan are poor, you're still on the halfway. And of course, the concepts. And the concepts always changing. The concepts always changing. The TTP is always changing. And you need to change them. And you need to change them and work together with the plans and the capabilities. And you need to, like, strategic alignment determines victory. I believe that. And you have to be coherent in this. This is the more, like I said, the force multiplier. and if you don't have a coherence between all those vertices, you are not in a good place. Last, before I sum up, it's the two operational curves, I call it. We have like two vectors. One vector is the combat experience. Of course, we have lots of combat experience from Ukraine. We have a lot of combat experience in Israel from October 7 and of course before. This is one vector. The second vector is the accelerated procurement and the rearmament that is being mainly here. And if those two vectors not talking together, and I have seen a couple of those, you will fail. So you have to bring the equipment to doctrine to real combat lessons, and procurement to operational plans. Back to this triangle before, and they all must work together. And look on the bottom line, that buying equipment is easy, but building a core and fighting force is not. So I believe that we have lots of experience, and on this procurement and rearmament, we have lots to say about it. Last slides, in my time that I have, like I believe in the first, in all of them, but foundation is a foundation of victory is national resilience, of course, readiness and reserve, and they all come together. They all come together. We need to invest in all of them, not just in readiness, not just in the civil resilience, and not just in the reserve. We need to invest in all of them. And I believe, of course, the reserves are the strategic power and the backbone of the national security. And of course, the home front, and of course, building the right force. The right force, we need to build it smart, fit to the threat, multi-domain, and build to win a fight, not build to some plan. And of course, we didn't do it before, but we need to design our forces for endurance, not optimism. In the IDF, we were talking about 3 weeks, 1 month, 1.5 months. We never talk about 2 years. And of course, the two last things here is the prepare before the first strike. What's happening after the first strike? It's not on your hands. You have to prepare before. And the last one is, of course, learn from others. And learn before the crisis comes. And I hope that we, in Israel, learn those lessons for the future. Thank you.
Okay, before wrapping up our Vilnius Security Forum 2026, I just also would like to share my mind. Yesterday we had 2 events. We also had a nice scenario-based discussion, and I think Ukraine proved that having, enough will to fight, it is possible to defend the nation. The Ukraine built a defensive line in Donbas region, which right now is helping them to resist against a much bigger force. So I believe Europe also is capable to do the same. We also can build defensive line we also can mobilize our societies, and we have very high potential to be powerful enough to not afraid of such kind of country like Russia. But we need to understand that just having 5% is not enough. We need to also act, not only talk. So now I am concluding this Vilnius Security Forum. Thank you all speakers and moderators for your input, for experts, for your questions. And right now, also I would like to thank a lot Emilia. She done a great job as a moderator of entire event. And so thank you, and looking forward to 2027, and probably we will be talking about technicalities, you know, where we should put 5th German Brigade in this line, because maybe 3 is enough. Okay, thank you.